Alex, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we will start.
All right, sir. So, good morning, dear participants. The guest of the day, Dr. Martin Sagayam, sir, Devi Prasad, sir. So, we are stepping into the final day of our FDP. So, initially, I would like to welcome Dr. K. Martin Sagayam for briefing today's schedule and welcome you all. Sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Alex, sir. Good morning to one and all gathered here. I warm welcome to the last day of the AICTE sponsor ATAL FDP program on roles of augmented reality and virtual reality in real-time applications. It's my immense pleasure to say about the today's course content. Now our guest speaker is here, Dr. Devi Prasad Dogra sir from IIT Bhubaneswar. He going to deliver a topic on application of AR, VR for education and entertainment with some demonstration and some applications. And the next session, 11:30 to 1:30 session, we're going to see only the topic, a general new topic. One topic in AICT as per their norms is like stress management, educational systems, like the general topic is there. So in that, we're going to see on new virtual educational policies in India by Dr. Dinesh Gajendran from Audacious Dream Foundation India. And afternoon session is skill test and examinations. Followed by that, we have the valedictory session. So I hope this it will be useful for you all. Be stay safe and thank you. I hand over to Alex Matthew for introductory session of today's session speaker.
Thank you, sir. So today also we have got an eminent personality who is much connected with augmented reality and all. So let me please introduce my today's guest, Dr. Devi Prasad Dogra. He is working in the capacity of assistant professor in Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar. And regarding his qualifications, he has completed his BTech in Computer Science and Engineering in Haldia Institute of Technology and MTech from IIT Kanpur and PhD in Computer Science Engineering in IIT Kharagpur. His research interests include visual surveillance, augmented reality, and human-computer interface. He has got a number of international and national journals, and he has presented papers in a number of conferences. Um, when coming to he is acting as the editor, guest editor for multimedia tools and application, and co-guest editor sensors, and guest editor International Journal of Distributed Sensor Networks. He has taken up a number of projects which includes analysis and implementation of non-chronological video synopsis and indexing, which is funded by Korea Institute of Science and Technology, then a lot more. So I think we have got the right person for the session today. So let me please introduce and welcome Dr. Devi Prasad Dogra for the session. Please, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Martin, for inviting me to this FDP on role of AR, VR, and in real-time applications. I believe that my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's visible.
So once again, I welcome all of you and thank you for inviting me for this wonderful, discussion session. And I hope that I shall be able to, share my experience, which me and my team, we have been carrying out at IIT Bhubaneswar, as well as my past experiences on, augmented and virtual reality and allied fields. Okay. So today, in this particular session, I shall be discussing certain applications of augmented reality, particularly aligned for education systems and entertainment. Okay, so I'll try to show that how we can actually develop AR-based systems for education at the lower level as well as education at higher studies. Okay, and at the same time, we'll also look into it how basically AR can be used for different types of entertainment, you know, allied applications. Okay. At any point of time, if you have any query, please raise your hands, or we can also have a discussion session for the end of the talk. Okay. So coming, the overview of the presentation is like this. We need to understand the basics of augmented reality. I believe that many of the speakers who have already spoken about this earlier. I just need to, introduce certain terminologies which you may be knowing it. But let's recap very, quickly that what we understand by augmented reality, because this terminology is essentially, can be defined in many ways. Then we will see that how augmented reality can be used for primary education. So we are talking about kindergarten education. Then I mean to say that the students who are at the lower grades, how we can develop AR-based solutions for them. Gradually, we will shift toward how AR can be applied for higher education. For example, in engineering students, how they can use augmented reality. We will see also that how augmented reality can be used for needy people. I mean to say that people with differential abilities. Okay. Then we will see that how AR can be used for culture, how it can be used for human-computer interface. Now, if you look into the academic definition of augmented reality, so according to Azuma, the defining characteristics are it actually combines real and virtual things. So both can be seen at the same time. Okay. The second characteristics is it is interactive in real time. Okay. So what do we understand by interactive in real time? That means the virtual content or virtual object which we are actually bringing on top of the real content, we should be able to interact with those virtual contents. Okay. And then the third one is the registered in 3D. So what do we mean by registered in 3D? Since it's an augmentation of the virtual object over the real scene, we need to identify the position and orientation as well as scale of the virtual objects so that the registration is correct with respect to the world coordinate system. Okay. So that's why we need to register these 3D objects in real world coordinate system as it is seen in the camera coordinate system. Okay. So virtual objects complement the real objects as if they are fixed in space. However, that has to be done in a realistic manner. There are some questions which typically arise in our mind, that how do we differentiate that what is basically augmented reality and what is virtual reality. If you look into the pictorial diagrams they are given on the left side, we actually see an example of virtual reality, where what it does essentially, it replaces the reality. You can look into it, that reality is basically replaced. That yellow box, which is basically a virtual content, okay, it is brought in the place of that human as well as other allied things. Okay, so it basically replaces the reality. On the other side, if you look into it, the real content, the large portion of the real content remains same, but at the same time we also bring small content which is small c. Okay, so that one comes, but we do not actually want to remove the real content, rather we want to enhance the reality. So that's what is basically augmented reality. So what are the requirements with respect to the tasks or components? For if you look into the components like scene generation, if you would like to generate scene, it requires realistic images. Okay. See, otherwise the virtual reality looks like a complete animation thing, which we may not like it. So the scene generation requires highly realistic images. So we need to generate these realistic images. So on the left side, if you look into it, on the left side, this virtual object, which is the box, they should be very realistic in nature. Whereas on the right side, because it is a minimal, addition, you may not require that good quality rendering. I mean to say, if you are able to render good quality, that is fine. But because in the left case virtual reality, you are replacing the reality with completely by virtuality, then you require the good quality replacement. Otherwise, the entire thing becomes artificial. That is what you do not want. Okay. Now, display device, typically we require wide field of view and a fully immersive experience, because you want to enhance the, you want to basically replace the reality. So the objects, the realistic, rendering of the objects, for realistic rendering of the objects, you may require, larger space for a fully immersive experience. On the other hand, in case of augmented reality, we may require small field of view. It may be non-immersive. Okay. If you look into the third characteristics, that the requirement of tracking. So it is basically low to medium accuracy is acceptable on the left side, virtual reality, because here all the contents are virtual in nature. Okay. So there is nothing like registration of the virtual objects, because this everything is virtual object. You can actually place these objects into 3D geometry while you are producing the rendering output. Okay. Whereas on the right side, because it is a registration of the virtual object at the right place, at the right depth, at right scale, so tracking accuracy has to be very high. That's why we require highest accuracy in tracking in case of augmented reality. This is highly popular reality virtuality continuum. You can look into it. This is called Milgram's reality virtuality continuum. You might have already seen this in earlier lectures. So what it tries to say that if you move toward the real environment, you're actually bringing more augmented reality. Finally, when you go to the real environment, there is nothing augmentation, it's completely real. Whereas on the right side, if you move toward the right side, you have augmented virtuality, and basically you go to the virtual environment toward the right side. Okay. So you can actually design applications at various places. So this place is basically augmented reality place. This place is virtual reality place. Okay. So if you move toward when more the real content is replaced by virtual, you are moving toward the augmented virtual or virtual reality. When the more real environment is present with lesser number of virtual things, you move toward the real environment. That's augmented reality. Now, an important question arises that why we like to bring augmented reality in education. All of you, must have seen these. I mean to say that the applications like Byju's, there are many other similar applications which are becoming very popular during last couple of years or so. Many students are actually learning concepts of physics, mathematics. I mean to say that you name a subject, they are basically learning through these apps, where basically teachers are interactively teaching, and they are also bringing some virtual contents to to explain various concepts of physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology. Okay, and they are basically explaining the concepts to the students. But in most of these cases, you can see that those are pre-recorded. I mean to say that even though they interact during the class, but those interactions are mainly video-based interactions. Okay. Whereas the content or materials which are provided during the lectures, those are mainly generated beforehand with the help of maybe virtual, reality, sometimes they are using animations and other things. So, and because of these handheld devices which are easily available to all of us now, it has reached each and every corner of uh, the society. So it is now probably the right time to, bring more applications that can help the students to learn concepts. Now, most of the time, these applications, augmented reality based applications, are open source applications which can be used by a mass people. So there is no cost involved. Once you develop this model, you can give it to the outside world so that everyone can benefit. Okay. So that is the reason we thought that why don't we bring the concepts? Why don't we bring the concept of augmented reality in education, and let's see that how it's happening. Actually, it is happening in other advanced countries. In various research labs, they have developed several applications for teaching learning processes. I shall show you some examples and what we are doing. But the question remains that can it really help? So let us try to understand that what is learning. Learning is nothing but understanding plus remembering. And it is a proven fact that if the learning is done through visual information, we can remember for longer time. Okay. So if you generate the virtual content based on certain context, which are actually coexisting with the world, okay? So instead of using imagination, one can directly see it. Say you are explaining the concept of, say, for example, Miller indices. Okay. Now, if you are a material science faculty member or student, you go to, or you want to explain this to your students, you may be using a board to draw a three-dimensional figure and then try to place the atoms at various corners and then try to show it. Now, if you look into the mass people, they may not be able to understand the concept if they cannot visualize it. So if the same concept, while you are delivering the lecture, can be rendered during your lecture delivery process, it's not pre-recorded things. It will be automatically generated during your lecture delivery depending on your current situation. Current situation means what you are speaking, what type of gesture you are doing, whether you are writing on the board or not. So automatically it generates. That's why I'm saying how it is different from Byju's. They already created all the content beforehand, so they cannot change the content during the lecture delivery. Whereas if you generate the content runtime or when the lecture is going on, that's basically what we are going to bring it here. So instead of using imagination, one can then directly see it during the lecture. That is what. And a student raises a question, immediately the teacher can actually, change it. Like for example, if I writing some algorithm on the board, and a student asks a question, I may write something on the board to explain the algorithm. So similarly, when the student asks about a particular design, you can also change the design and automatically the 3D model changes. That's what it's not happening in Byju's. Interactive things are not there. It's pre-recorded. That is what we want to bring here. And what we felt that even though such applications are there for higher education systems in some, some advanced labs, but they are not available for all. So there is a lack of AR applications in nursery and kindergarten education system. That's what basically we were interested to bring. Now, question here is that because we need to track objects, like we need to track hand, we need to track human body, we need to track other moving objects. Tracking itself is challenging. Okay. I mean to say that if you do not track them accurately, then it will be a failure and your rendering will be failure. So typically there are two ways to do it. You basically attach certain markers with your body parts, small markers, which are specially designed patterns, like in sticky notes or something like that, or QR code, something like that. And those codes will be automatically scanned by the camera and it will identify their locations, and then tracking can be easy. That's why it's basically designing of marker based and markerless AR interfaces. So we can actually develop both the systems. Okay. So, but such systems should be low cost and easy to use. And kids in the age group for nursery to kindergarten. Okay. And we also need to develop efficient algorithms and setups for natural user interface. That's what I was talking about. If you pre-record things, it is like more like animations. But if you would like the kids to be involved during the learning, then you need to involve natural user interface. So the kids will be performing certain, gestures, maybe speaking, maybe moving his or her hands, palms, and depending on the tracking positions, it will basically change the content. That is what basically we would like to bring. That's why HCI also comes into picture. So augmentation of virtual information over live data in real time is a challenge. And more natural an interface is, the more attractive the system will be. That is true. Okay. And what we want, the third point is probably the difficult one, that anywhere augmentation. We want to do it anywhere. It's not a well set up classroom. We want to do it anywhere. You are working with your mobile phone, you can learn things. You are maybe, in your home, at your home, you set up the system. Okay. You do not need a well set up environment like a classroom with a camera. So that's why it's challenging. So use of handheld devices, wearables to augment the information is challenging. That's what anywhere augmentation. Now let us see that how basically learning things evolve over time. In how the traditional versus technology-based systems are there. In traditional things, we see repeated pictures to remember. When I teach something to my daughter, I usually what I do, I show her lots of pictures, diagrams, because those are easy to remember. Okay. So we move to graphical books to remember. Now, in technology-based, what we have done it, we have used pictures, videos, animations. Now we are bringing something more. We would like to make it more realistic content based on augmented reality. How markers can be used for such an applications. Let us take, I'll show you some applications now. So we have developed some applications where basically with the help of these alphabets, okay, which are printed on boards, white papers, these alphabets are shown to the camera, and then they will basically bring the virtual content over the alphabet, render the virtual content, and that essentially helps the kid to learn. That is what we wanted to develop. Okay. Now, there has to be certain standard of designing these markers. or do we need a standard? The question is whether the markers are needed or not, that we will look into it. If there are markers, how it is helpful. If there is no marker, how challenging it can be. There are lots of questions. Now let us start with the marker based thing. We can actually develop markers like this. This is B marker, and you can actually you can see that there is a border, black border, which essentially helps the algorithm to identify that this border means inside that border there must be something, some letter written, and then you identify this B, and then you do character recognition, text recognition, and basically it involves steps like pre-processing, marker detection, marker identification, and finally once you identify this is marker, you identify the pose. Pose means its orientation depth from the camera, so that the virtual content can be rendered at the right place. So the second part is rendering virtual objects. You need to estimate the pose of the marker. Okay. Now, what we can do that for a typical machine learning, because these days, machine learning is very common, and we can use machine learning techniques to basically train the system to recognize these markers. But how do you generate this lots of data? So what can be done? You can basically create some markers with, say, 4 orientations: 0 degree, 90 degree, 180 degree, to 70 degree, and then you do some effects. So this is basically just do some data augmentation. You create more samples just by doing rotations, illumination change, motion blur, horizontal motion blur, vertical motion blur. Why this helpful? Because these markers will be, a kid will be holding this marker and the markers will be moving. So during this movement of these markers, you don't expect that the marker will always be vertically up or something like that. It may not be like this. It may be like this, it may be like this. So that's why you create more instances and then you train the system. So all are part of the category B. Okay. This is one, I'm just showing an example. Okay. So what are the challenges that are involved in marker tracking? So detection and tracking of markers in noisy conditions like blurring due to motion, non-uniform illumination, distortion of markers, there may be other factors also. I'm just telling you 3, challenges. There may be more than 3. There are other challenges also. We need to basically consider such noisy conditions, and we shall design a system that is highly accurate, which can actually handle such situations. Okay. So what we did for such an experiment, we took 26 uppercase character letters, and with their 4 orientation, so we got 104 total number of samples. Okay, and one is basically null. One is null means there is no letter. Okay, so we have 105 classes, and we have used a typical convolutional neural network to solve this. So which required a large data set. So synthetic, we can create synthetic data. Actually, we created synthetic data to imitate the challenging situations. Typically 350 samples, we have used it, but it depends on how basically, how accurate system you want. You can actually create more samples per class. So we have 104 marker classes. So every class has 3,350. So approximately 36,400 samples have been generated. And we used a typical Flickr image database for no marker class. So this is class number 105. So these images have been used for a typical classifier, and we actually developed a framework like this. Okay, this framework, which is a very simple architecture, what it takes a camera. You can actually change this framework at any point of time if you think that you need, say for example, CNN model, you can You can replace it with some other models. You can do a lot of experiments with this one. I'm just showing a generic framework. Okay. So you have a camera which basically gets the live stream. You do pre-processing, you do marker detection. Okay, where the area of the marker, then you do background removal. You basically apply the CNN model which is already trained. Okay, marker training has already been done. The CNN model is basically used to identify that which is the marker. So you do marker identification and then you do pose estimation. So this particular portion is basically part of marker tracking. So once you track the marker in a live video stream, you can actually render the object, because these objects are virtual objects which are already in the library. Depending on the pose, you can actually call these virtual objects and superimpose them on the marker at right scale, right orientation, at right depth. That is what basically pose estimation. That's why pose estimation is very important. Okay. So a typical training network, again, this is not a holy grail. It's basically a simple architecture. You can change this architecture. These days, there are many other advanced architectures available. There is nothing new into this. I'm just showing you an example. It can be used. Training network can be something like this. Okay. Now, this was actually the architecture proposed by one of my students. He is the student Ajay. He actually published this work in one of the research papers in Displays Journal, where basically he has shown that with an architecture like this, he was able to train the model, and where with the classes 105 classes, with one is the null class. Okay, and he was able to identify. You can see that A0, A90, A180, A270, these are 4 classes for alphabet A, similarly for alphabet Z, and the last one is the null class. Okay, so and this is the overall architecture and the details of the CNN model with different layers. Okay. So and after the feature extraction, actually we we have also tried for support vector based classification, SVM based classification, where features for SVMs are used like this. Again, these are handcrafted features. These handcrafted features, you can change it. Like Ajay was using handcrafted features like F1 is the number of contours enclosed by the marker boundary. If you look into this marker, you can look into the number of contours. Like this is one contour. This is another contour. This is another contour. So B has 3 contours. One is outer contour and 2 inner contours. So similarly, this is one feature. Okay. Now, these are why I'm saying these are handcrafted features. Okay. You can actually change these handcrafted features depending on the type of application that you are dealing with. Number of points in each contour can be another feature. Then perimeter of each contour, length. Okay. Then area of each contour. Okay, the closed area of each contour, then orientation of the contour, convexity of each contour, minimum enclosing perimeter for all the funded contours. So basically, you fit enclosing object, and then see that what is the minimal one. So this way you define a set of features, and then you represent a particular marker, whether it is B or C, and you get a feature vector something like this, and you can apply support vector based classification. Okay, so you can train it. So we actually collected lots of sample, and then we also did the prediction. Okay, so this is typical SVM based classification, and we found that it was also working. Let us see that how the results we got it. So when we actually compared the systems, we found that CNN was performing better with an accuracy of 96.7%, whereas support vector machine, it was performing 92.5, which is not bad at all. Okay, but again, good thing about the VM is that it doesn't require much computations, whereas in case of CNN, you need to train the system. You may require GPU computing device to basically create the model. That's why every model has its own advantage and the other one has its own disadvantage. Okay, so that's what we our observations are. Okay, so the overall process was something like that. We have a marker something like this. We have a camera feed. Okay, so which detects the marker. We extract the marker, detect marker, and from the camera feed. Then it goes to the trained CNN model, identified marker with the orientation. It estimates the pose, and here basically we did a pose estimation. Obviously, pose, we need to basically, estimate the pose with respect to 6 degrees of freedoms. Okay, so we need to identify the pose of the marker with respect to the camera, because then only we shall be able to render the 3D virtual object in the camera coordinate system. So for a calibrated camera, pose can be uniquely calculated from 4 coplanar non-collinear points that are well known things. So we need to basically estimate the parameters alpha, beta, gamma, and we also need to identify the locations, okay, with respect to the translation, rotation, and scaling. Okay. So these are well-known pose estimation equations. We have a camera coordinate systems where camera coordinate systems, and in wall coordinate systems, homogeneous wall coordinate systems, we have extrinsic extrinsic camera matrix R, and we basically apply this geometrical transformation, and these equations can be solved with certain number of corresponding points. So that the image points means the points which are generated in the image, and the positions of the point in the real world coordinate. Okay, so you have this correspondence for a set of points. You can actually solve these equations. Okay, pose estimation, you can solve these equations, and you can actually, these are, I'm not going into the details because these are very much well-known things. Okay, and you can estimate the position of the virtual object where it should be rendered. Okay, so once you estimate, so you have basically 6 unknowns and 8 equations. So 6 unknowns and 8 equations. That's why, because corresponding to 4 corner points, if you have 4 corner points of the marker in the world coordinate system, okay, x, y, z, their positions. So you can get 4 corner points in the captured frame for I equals to j, for j equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 means you have x and y. So you have 8 equations. Okay, and you have 6 unknowns. Okay, so you have 8 equations, 6 unknowns. You can easily solve this and you get the correspondence values. Okay, now once you get those correspondence values, you can actually render these things into the virtual objects can be rendered on the right place of the marker. So that's what I'm showing you some examples here, where you can look into it. That on the left side, the 2 examples I'm showing. One is T for teapot. If you look into this, how this teapot is generated, where the holding lead is on the left side, and the side where the tea comes out, that is on the right side. So that's why orientation is important. It's not randomly placed. It has been placed always in that direction. So you can look into it in figure C. Here, when I rotate, it also rotates. For the second example, ball, it's very difficult to explain the orientation because ball looks similar from all angles. Otherwise, it is also changing its orientation as well as scale. I'll show you how. Similarly, we can actually generate many such objects. So I'm showing you 4 examples. Say C for cone, D for donuts, B for ball, T for teapot. You can actually generate multiple objects at the same time by printing the markers on a single sheet. Again, this is just a demo rendering. So I mean to say that why I'm showing this, you can actually develop such applications with very little knowledge. Okay, we just need to do the camera calibration, and these models you can actually borrow it from the online repository, or you can also develop your own model using Unity and other available softwares. Okay, most of the time these models are freely available. If you search on the net, my students actually used to do all this searching, and there are certain repositories which are freely available. You can get these models. Okay, and then you can Viforia and Unity, there are certain models which are freely available. You can use them, you can call them in your program. And the rest part is this tracking part. Detection tracking is a well-known computer vision thing. So that are rather easier these days. You can do. So let me show you how basically it works. Ajay actually prepared one. This one. Hopefully this video is playing. You can see that when the marker is being rotated, as well as the virtual object is, so it's stick to the marker very accurately. You can see that, and that's called basically 3D registration. If your camera calibration is perfect, you can actually do it very. The flickering effect is coming from the marker. That's because of the 3D model that we are using. It's nothing the registration. You can see that how accurately it is sticking to the marker, and that is what is interesting. Even if he is basically rotating and making the marker almost flat, vertical orientation changes, it can still stick to the you know letter. Okay, so then he will also show you that with another example, that so when B comes, so B comes, then ball a marker like this actually it comes. So you can see that all the figures which are basically, when the code is running, basically it is trying to estimate all the parameters and then basically registering things. Okay, so that's interesting. I mean to say, and you can see that both the objects are now seen. Now interestingly, when he is actually moving the object from camera, the shape of the virtual object is also changing. Shape means the whether sometimes it is becoming large, sometimes it is becoming small, depending on the position of the object from the camera, or marker, position of the marker from the camera. So that's what basically it's interesting. So you can actually render many such objects, okay, depending on your requirement. I'm just showing you some toy examples with 2-3 things, but you can actually do it. Okay, sometimes it also fails depending on the positions, but in many cases it is it is highly accurate. We can see that. Okay, and it gives a feeling that we can actually develop such systems with more realistic 3D models. Now here basically these 3D models that we have borrowed it from freely available open source things, which can be replaced by more realistic 3D objects. Okay, and even you can actually render another video of a teapot, which is a really real teapot video, and then we can actually stick it here. That's possible. Okay, so now moving from the marker based interaction to the marker less interaction. I was talking about that other part is marker less interaction. In case of marker less interaction, you need to track your finger or the body parts or the face, whatever is there. It's very accurate. Now these days, because of the emergence of deep learning, machine learning, we are able to track objects very accurately. The latest results, I'm not showing you actually, my students are still working on those. And this is 1 year, maybe a couple of years old, with the help of leap motion based systems. You can see that there is a sensor here. This sensor is basically a leap motion, which is well-known sensor, which has a couple of infrared sensors, which can actually identify, track fingers, your palm accurately, and based on your palm positions, palm orientation, you can actually control these 3D virtual objects. For example, I'm just showing you an example. Basically, you are moving your hand, and based on your hand movement, how basically this 3D cube, virtual 3D cube can, be rotated. Okay, so this basically, markerless. Now the challenges are here. I will tell you the illumination change, the environment may be changing, your hand is moving, the position of the fingers, detection of the fingers, all there are certain issues. But in my experience, what we found that with the help of latest deep learning based frameworks, high which can detect the palm and fingers with higher accuracy, can now be used. There are systems which are freely available. You can look into those systems which can actually detect and track your finger and palm very easily and accurately. So the accuracy of, if the accuracy of detection and tracking is high, obviously you can convert them into instructions to rotate the 3D objects. That's why markerless interactions are now also becoming, easier, and it is also coming into the products. Okay. Now, what I have actually explained, till now, they are basically augmented reality for, some, education system for the kindergarten part of maybe lower standard, students. Now let us see that how the concept can be extended for engineering students. Okay, I'll show you again some examples that how basically AR can be used for, higher education, and how it helps to, understand various concepts of, maybe complex engineering applications and other things. So we actually started, collaborating with one of, in interdisciplinary collaborations with one of my friends, colleagues here at IIT Bhubaneswar, Dr. Srikanth and his team. They have many equipment. They are from material science department. They have many, costly equipments like electronic microscope. Okay, and then other equipments also, which, optical microscope, electronic microscope. Okay, which are basically complex, and you may not want, or you may not have sufficient number of such devices available in your lab, but you want your students to learn this, equipments. How basically, we would like to develop augmented reality based systems so that they can also, learn various functions of these devices even without touching these devices. That is what we want to do, because sometimes these devices are highly, um, sensitive. Some points, let's say, for example, these knobs, there are switches, delicate switches, okay, which you may not want always the student should be, operating, because it may, cause certain damage. Okay, so we thought that why don't we basically develop certain AR based applications which can actually be at least, give a first hand experience to the students that how to, operate these costly or complex equipments. Okay. So we have developed certain mobile phone based applications, okay, which can be used for scanning an optical microscope and detecting different components of the microscope using markers. Here, for markers, we have used QR codes. QR codes are standard codes, internationally recognized codes, which can be generated and which can be, stick to the components where you need to attach some virtual content to be displayed while the student or an observer uses the designated AR application installed in his or her mobile phone and then tries to see this device. Okay. And we have also recorded short videos of components in what have also been integrated into the AR application. Okay. Now let us see that how basically I'll show you with demo only, because all other things which I discussed in the earlier, architecture diagram, they are remaining almost same. You just change the, data set, You just change the markers. You can also change the learning framework depending on what is your requirement, but mostly the pipeline remains the same. So that's why I am not going to the pipeline again, because it remains the same. Let us see that how basically it works. So you can see that this is the microscope. We have attached certain markers. So when you basically, now this video is captured. So when you are basically pressing your mobile phone toward that, it brings certain video, places that video, and it also provides you some descriptions about this. So this is still an ongoing work. So I mean to say that the quality of the display and the quality of the markers and quality of the virtual content generation is still not done. But like for example, this is focusing knob. So when you focus your camera toward this, it automatically says that this is focusing knob, and it also says that how the focusing knob can be used. Okay, for example, this is a magnification unit. Okay, so magnification, how the magnification changer can be used, it is if you basically focus your camera toward that, it shows that. So what I'm trying to say here is basically, if you are able to identify these small components. See, earlier applications we were identifying A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Here our identification will be these QR codes. Now, if you do not want to use the QR code, what you can do? You can actually, you can see that for this example, we have actually stitched a video. Rather than a description, we are actually showing that how these knobs can be operated. Okay, so we have pre-recorded a video. So when you focus your camera toward that, that video comes and it is overlaid on top of that. Okay. Now, current system works on the QR code based thing. Now I can also develop deep learning based methods to identify these components automatically, and we can bring, like this is one stage adjuster. The stage adjuster things comes based on the QR code. But if I can identify that particular structure of the stage adjuster with the help of some object recognition technique, computer vision technique, then I can simply remove this marker dependability of the on the marker. That is what basically more advanced research can be done, which we are basically doing. Okay, so this is what we have actually developed it. This is still ongoing, and I hope that things will be much more polished once we sorry, things will be much more polished once we basically invest more time on designing the framework, improving the framework, or maybe training the system with more number of samples. Okay, I'm just showing you with one particular instrument. This can be done for any instrument in your laboratory. So somebody may be teaching a electronic circuit, how basically components are connected to each other, different components. Okay, you are basically explaining the RC circuits. Okay, how basically connect different components with the wires, and which is the positive side, negative side. There are lots of things. Okay, so all these concepts can be actually explained with respect to a camera based augmented reality setup, which will essentially help the students to remember or understand the concepts better than typical conventional way that we teach in our laboratory, all of us used to teach. Okay, so that is what basically I feel that engineering education has many scopes of improvement. That is what basically we would like to bring into the system. So AR has a lot to offer for engineering education, even in history also. For example, art, museum, gallery, physics, chemistry, geography, the concepts which are there in black and white, we can actually, transform those concepts, or we can generate virtual content, minimal virtual content, and we can create applications which can be used during the teaching learning process. So the involvement can be from the teacher side as well as from the student side. I mean to say, when a teacher is teaching inside a classroom environment, how during the interaction or during the content delivery, how we can generate or improve the visualization. Say you are using a PowerPoint presentation to explain some concept to the students. Okay. Now, while you are explaining the concept, you are doing various gestures. You are moving your hands. You are, speaking. You are, nodding your head. Something like that. Okay. You are doing board work. You are changing slides. Okay. So I'm not saying that it is very easy to generalize things. You'll have to look into. That's why AR-based systems are application specific. You will have to look into it, that what you are going to do it, and you need to do a good system study, that what is your requirement analysis. It's basically requirement analysis. If you can do the requirement analysis in a better way, I think you shall be able to understand that what is required. And then, because the pipeline remains the same, you need object detection and tracking, which is part of computer vision. Assuming that you have some knowledge of computer vision and you are able to do it, object detection and tracking, then that part is over. And then you need to do a bit of calibration. So you need the knowledge of camera calibration. That is also standard thing. Okay. And then the other part is the 3D content generation. 3D content generation. Sometimes you can borrow it from the library. Sometimes you can generate in your 3D content. That's it. So if you have these 3 modules, then depending on the application, you can integrate them. That is what basically I'm trying to say. So you pick a particular domain, and then you try to attach these components, and you shall be able to make a final product out of it. That's what basically is possible. And engineering and higher education provides us many such scopes. I'll show you some more applications, that how AR can be useful for a different segment of people. So I'll show you an example with an AR application that has been developed for a needy people. So there is a application which is called Pluto AR. It has been developed by my student Ajay and his team, which actually won a worldwide hackathon in 2017, which happened in UK, Manchester. So what they have done, they basically developed an application that is a marker-based application. Okay, and you have these markers, paper-based markers. You can see that these are the markers printed on a A4 sheet, and then you cut them into pieces. So these are the markers printed. Then you cut them into pieces. Okay, tiles, and there is a launch pad printed. This is again a printed launch pad. These are diagrams only. Okay, so you take a printout of this launch pad and put it on a table. You take a printout of this and you cut them into pieces like cards. Okay, like playing cards. Okay, and then you actually place these cards over this area one by one, assuming that your camera is fixed at the top. Okay, it's an environment where basically the camera is from the top. Okay, and you keep on placing these cards. You will see the 3D animations coming. Okay, on the real world. So it can actually help. They have given this application name as Pluto AR. It is inexpensive, it is interactive, it is engaging and portable platform for learning. It has stories, simple math learning questions, elementary physics, and even you can actually do it for maze solving. So you can bring concepts like this. So why I'm showing these two, when we basically took this application to a school, it's called Chetna School, where some kids who have some disabilities, okay, autism and other type of disabilities, these kids, they are basically in a school, Chetna School. It's a specially able children's school. Uh, and we took this application to them. You can see that our student groups, they are actually showing, particularly this kid was not at all interested. Okay, but when after some point of time, you can see that when this virtual object started appearing on the screen of the mobile phone, this kid was trying to grab these virtual objects. So what it tells that probably if you are able to develop such an applications, which may, I'm not saying that this is medically, whether it will, cure the student or not. I'm not commenting on that, but at least this motor neuron, studies, improvement of the motor neuron studies can be done based on certain applications, which is basically part of a discipline that's called serious gaming. There is a terminology which is very popular in advanced countries, that's called serious gaming. So where basically you try to help a patient through a gaming. So that's called serious gaming. In serious gaming, you develop certain applications with the help of gadgets or with the help of maybe electronics gadget, non-electronic gadgets. It not necessarily be electronic always. Here actually we are using electronic gadgets, but it not necessarily be electronic gadget. It can be non-electronic gadgets also. And you involve the person in a game, but that's a serious game. So during that playing of the game, the person also improves. His or her health condition also improves. That's why it is called serious game. So you can also consider it as a serious game kind of thing. You can see as the demo went, he showed some interest, which was unlikely as the teacher has told us. Usually, what if we got the feedback from the teachers that these kids, they do not show attention to a particular thing, but somehow, we found, this is our experience. I mean to say that. So at the end, you can see that, to our amazement, he put forward his hand and tried catching the device. That is what basically, it was really, soothing to see that, at least these kids are, getting, interest into these things. Okay. So now I will show you a demo video of the Pluto AR, how it basically works. Okay. You can see that. So this is the camera record. So when you place the Pluto card, the arc-like object comes. Okay. When you put a rotate clockwise, what it does, it basically the virtual object rotates. So these virtual objects we have generated, and we have registered these virtual objects after the camera calibration. Okay. So if you put a rotate anti-clockwise, so it also rotates in anti-clockwise direction. Okay. I'm just showing a demo. This can be developed, for any other operations also. So if you put a card like surface, what it does, a surface comes. Okay. If you put a card trees, the trees on the surface will come. So if you put a card rain, what happens? So obviously, if the trees are there, if you put rains, the trees will grow. So if you put a rocket card, a rocket comes. If you put, say for example, a takeoff card, the rocket takes off. These are small funny concepts which can be explained to the students easily, and actually we believe that with if we are able to convey this in a right spirit, and with proper arrangements of these cards and the virtual contents, it will certainly help. For example, multiplication, addition concepts, like 2 stones, if you add 2, what will happen? 4, something like that. Okay. So this is what this is a Pluto AR application. So maze solving, how to solve maze. Okay. So this is what we have actually developed. I mean, so our students have developed, and I'm just showing you some example. It can be extended to any level, whatever you want. But this is a typical application of an augmented reality based serious I mean to say learning framework, okay, which can be used for transferring the concept or in a teaching learning process where kids are involved, where people with some sort of they are having some sort of motor neuron dysfunctions, okay, we can actually try such systems, and we can see that whether it is working or not, okay. So with this we will move to the next part. As we have started with AR for education, now we are actually moving to AR for entertainment, okay. In that, how basically am I audible clearly? There was some internet connectivity problem. Hello? Can someone tell me whether am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So now we are moving to the next part, which deals with how AR can be used for entertainment and similar things. Okay. So here I'll show you some glimpse of our research work, which we have been carrying out at our lab as well as in various research labs. Okay. So how augmented reality can be used in cultural learning. So let's take an example of Indian classical dance, which can be Kuchipudi, it can be Natyasastra. Okay, if you want to develop an application or AR applications that can help students to learn this art, that is what our intention is, and how it can be helpful. That is what we are actually trying to do at Bhubaneswar. So for example, this is a couple of years back. The students are not there in the campus, so we recorded certain videos inside the classroom where our students are actually performing certain types of art, okay, and we wanted to see that whether we can develop an augmented reality based application that can help the student to get a live feedback during the performance, whether she is doing correctly or not, or whether the particular mudra that is being done, whether that is correct or not, whether the posture is correct or not. That's what basically our intention is. Okay. So what technology can be used for this one? See, there are many ways you can capture. One is you use a motion capturing jackets. These days there are full jackets available with sensors attached to different parts, and which can actually track the movement of your body parts, okay, but it has some problem. For example, it is obviously it is not comfortable if you are not with your traditional attire. You may not be comfortable while dancing or while performing certain art. So that's why it is difficult, but its feedback is and also its feedback is less reliable. Okay, that's because of the tracking errors. Okay. Whereas in case of Microsoft Kinect, the problems with Microsoft Kinect is the facial recognition was observed to be biased. We could not do the facial recognition properly, and the expression analysis was also difficult. Okay. So what we do, we actually captured the videos instead of using a Kinect or a traditional jacket based system. What we did, we used simple camera based system. You can look into this. These are basically camera recordings. So we basically set up the camera and then we recorded these things, and then we tried to do experiments. So what are the steps required here? You first need to do a video segmentation. You need to do posture classification. You do posture sequence mapping. You need to display You need to do the analysis of the learner's performance, and then comes the feedback. Okay. So feedback means visual feedback. Say, for example, if the student is performing here, and at the same time, on the back side, there is a screen. So since there is a projector here, that projector projects the screen on the back side, so that the student, while performing this art, can immediately see that whether this particular posture she is doing is correct or not. That's what basically we want to do it. That's basically called feedback. So in the entire system is still under development. But what I'm trying to say here is that this is an interesting, area, and you can actually, create certain applications which will certainly help these, students to learn performing arts. Okay. So something like that. A skeletal represent. So these sort of things, I mean to say, this is not correct yet. I mean to say, if the student sees that the current posture is something like this, and if you have a correct posture which is done by a teacher earlier and corresponding 3D models are available, then you can immediately superimpose these 3D skeletons on the ground truth models, and you can see that where are the deviations. Okay. So that feedback immediately comes to the student, so that student actually changes it and tries to learn where he or she is actually doing the mistake. So that is what basically we wanted to bring an augmented reality into learning performing art. That's a challenge, because there are challenges. For example, tracking of individual body part is still a challenge. Registration of various components like this skeleton on overlaying it over the body of the student or the performer is still a challenge. But due to the emergence of good quality deep learning frameworks which can accurately detect the skeleton, it is now possible to generate the skeletons online, and you can superimpose them over the original image or over a 3D ground truth model, so that you can understand that where is the difference. That is what basically would like to do. For example, if someone does a mudra, okay, whether that mudra is now still problems are, you can look into it. On the on the left side, it is doing the skeletonization is done accurately, whereas on the right side still there are problems, you can see. Because now this is not a problem of the performance, this is a problem of the computer vision system. Okay, so there are scopes, but this problem, it's basically one years or 2 years old now. By this time, more advanced models are there which can even remove such errors. But what I'm trying to say, if we are able to superimpose the ground truth skeleton with the performer's body, then the performer can get immediately a visual clue that where he or she is doing the mistake. That is what we are trying to say. So that gives a visual feedback. It's a kind of augmented reality. That is what I told you, that augmented reality, it has many applications in entertainment also. Okay. Now, this is ideal versus actual. When we try to do the ideal one, say for example, the ideal one may be like this. Okay. So if you look into it here, basically there are two skeletons. One is the ideal, another one is the actual. We have not actually shown it in different colors. Actually, it should have been shown in 2 different colors. Okay. But with such feedbacks, you can understand that how basically it is different from the ideal posture, how the actual posture is different from the ideal posture. That is what we are still doing experiments with this one, but this is an area which is unexplored yet, particularly in the context of our country where we have several states. Each and every state we have different types of cultural art. Why don't we basically teach our students, teach our people, with those who are people are actually losing interest into such art, probably because of lack of teachers, probably because of some other factors also. But if we bring technology here, I still believe we can bring such courses and curriculums into our institutes also. For example, IIT Bhubaneswar has a curriculum for that. Extraordinary, extra academic activities. Okay, where basically we teach them dancing, we teach them different languages, we teach them other, art, we teach them yoga. Okay, this can be extended even for performing yoga, whether you are doing the yoga posture correctly or not. That is very important also, because if you wrongly do it, it may not be good for your health. So how do you know that? You may not be having a teacher always with you who will help you to understand that, tell you that whether the posture is done is correct or not. So there you have a simple camera setup. It can give you feedback that whether you are actually doing it accurately or where are the problems. That is what you can actually bring. The augmented reality can be brought into the place to help these people to learn these things. That is what I wanted to say. So there are certain problems with the skeletal representations. For example, the actual versus ideal mapping, as shown earlier, can be used to see more errors visually, but such an overlap becomes clumsy in case of skeletal representation. Okay, so we'll have to come up with certain innovative ideas that how basically you can superimpose those skeletons properly on the original camera feed, so that it does not actually create more confusion in the mind of the person. So that's an that cannot be said that this is the holy grail. Obviously this has to be done depending on the situation. That's what I also do it whenever we plan to develop certain things. We also look into it, that where it is failing, and then try to solve it. There is nothing like only single dose medicine that works for everything. Okay, that's what that's the bottom line. Okay. Now the other part of the augmented reality is basically you can actually do for human computer interface. Some of my students who are basically working on 3D gesture recognitions, for example, in security, in ATM transactions. So what they were working with, basically, you, instead of doing your signature on pen, signature on the paper using pen, what you do, you have a device like lip motion, which is placed or which is attached. And these days, actually, this lip motion device also comes with certain types of laptops. Okay, and instead of typing your password, or instead of writing your or putting your signature on a paper, you do the signature on the air. You can look into it here itself. Basically, on in figure C, in figure, let me see. In figure C, this is the lip motion, and the person is basically performing a gesture on air, and we are recording it using another camera to show that how things are working. Similarly, this girl is actually doing her signature on air, and you can see that the visual trail of the signature. So signature is done by finger only. So you do not need a pen there. Okay. So what we have seen that with air signature also, you can perform the authentication. You can also perform various other types of interactions with the computers. Okay. So for example, you want to operate your computer without touching the keyboard or without touching the mouse, something like that. You can actually do it. Now, all these applications which have been developed, these are basically 2-3 years old. We used leap motion based systems, but these days even camera based systems are more accurate because of the emergence of the deep learning techniques. You can look into it. These methods are old. These are 2-3 years old methods. We did not use, even older than that. I think it is 3-4 years old. We use traditional classifiers. We used traditional feature extractors. Whereas all these models are now replaced by deep learning based things, where the accuracy is more, and we have better, what I'll say, we have better chance to, detect or identify the signatures with the advanced deep learning based feature extractors as well as this classification things. Okay, that's what basically we are doing. If you look into the leap motion is a good device, but still it has certain problems, because it is not based on traditional. It is only based on traditional machine learning things, which can be replaced by advanced machine learning techniques using deep learning. Okay, that is what basically, that's why the device, even if it is being used for various applications, people are actually moving to visible light camera based applications. Okay. So with this, I shall stop my presentation. Now the session is open for discussions. Okay, any questions, anything you can discuss now. Yeah, I think some people have raised their hands. They can now, start in, asking questions. I can see two of you have raised your hands. Yeah, please unmute. You have been given permission to talk. Please unmute and you can speak.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, you are Monica.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, first of all, I would like to say that it was really a learning session. And my area of work is also in primaries for the kindergarten students in education.
Good.
So, sir, I am actually a beginner on this area. So, I want to ask you, can you suggest, because we are into this FDP session since past 5 days, we have also learned another euphoria, unity, other things. So, can you also add on some more systems which are freely available and which are, we can start with as a beginner, maybe without coding, to get a actually understanding of this marker based technology and markerless technology, so that yes
See, one thing, there is nothing like an existing system. If you have followed the pipeline that I have shown,
yes,
you can actually develop this pipeline by your own. Okay. So there is I believe that you know the basics of Python. Okay. So you will be able to train a classifier that will identify your hands or the markers you are talking about. So if you can do it, if you can train it, so that module is an independent module. The next part is the camera calibration, which is a well-known formulations are there. You can simply make checkerboard checkerboard on printed checkerboards and basically do the calibration with respect to the camera. Okay, so those things are easily available, camera calibration. And third is the virtual object, which is probably you require a library. For that, I think like Vuforia, then Unity, they have some freely available models. Unless you would like to generate a very realistic 3D models, these platforms, they also support some freely available models. Exactly, what are the models available? My students actually work with them. If you are really interested to know, just drop me an email. I will connect you with my student who is actually working with those where from, because those repositories things are, I do not work with those repositories. They actually do it, and they bring the models from there itself, or they borrow it and then use it in their pipeline. But the rest of the pipeline they implement by their own. Okay, there is nothing like that we take the code from outside. Okay, that I can tell you. Only the 3D models which we take it from outside, because those 3D models, we are not an expert in 3D geometry, or 3D modeling. Those are basically graphic I mean to say that animation experts. Okay, so we do not want to spend our time in generating those 3D and animated models. Rather, we borrow them. Okay, and we would like to call those objects in our code. That's what we do it. Okay. So if you are talking about the repository, frankly speaking, I'm sorry to say, those repositories are not known to me. I mean, my students are doing it, but I can connect you with my students who are actually, borrowing those repositories from them. Okay. Codes we develop by our own.
Okay. And sir, one more thing, like as you talked about markerless and marker based. So you in the marker based technology, you have shown the character kind of thing. So if we can use image instead of marker, which I saw that this is a new upcoming thing.
Right. Absolutely right. That is what we'll have to do it, because marker based things are old days things. Okay. We just wanted to test it, that how it is working, because these days the object detection frameworks are highly accurate. You use a standard object detectors which are freely available. You can take ResNet 50 architecture or any one of the deep learning architectures where object detection things are already pre-trained models are there, and they can identify or detect objects with very high accuracy. Obviously, certain objects might not be there in their training set. You can retrain it. You can do transfer learning. Okay. And you can train with these new sets of objects, and I think it will work. Okay. So marker based things are gone these days. I was just explaining that how the concept works. Okay.
Right.
But marker based things can be easily, but for sometimes these marker based things will work. For example, if you are teaching it to the say kindergarten students who only know A, B, C, D. Okay, and then A, B, C, Ds are already printed on their books. Okay, so you do not need to generate these markers. You just show the book. Okay, and the system will automatically identify that this is an A, because they are already printed using standard fonts. Okay, so it will automatically identify. What you need to do, you need to train the deep learning model with those sort of objects. That's it.
Right, sir. And sir, one last question from my side. Like, I am into a management institute. So how can we use this kind of AR in the management institute?
Again, I told you now. So you'll have to study the system, that where are the requirements, where basically the teachers or the instructors feel that the concepts which are being delivered or being taught in the class can be more lucidly explained to the students. Okay, so that it's very difficult to for me to comment exactly where, but there are some, for example, you are showing some trends in business through some graphical representation. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so why don't you basically bring AR based thing there itself? I'm not sure that exactly where it will come, but if I know that what are the topics, then probably I can say that okay, these are the things where I can bring. I will give you an example with respect to computer science, because I'm a computer science faculty member. When I teach the concept of graph, or say I am explaining the concept of Dijkstra's algorithm, people who are here in the meeting, many of them might be from computer science background, they know that how the algorithm of minimum sorting, spanning tree or shortest path are explained in the class. So if I can bring an augmented reality based system to explain that concept, it is easy. So that way, you'll have to understand from the teacher that which are the concepts that require a visualization, and you want a visualization, or you feel that the visualization will certainly help the students to understand the concept. There you can bring augmented reality.
Well, actually, I am also a faculty who are teaching visualization softwares to them, like Tableau, Power BI, all those things.
Okay.
So I am not actually finding. That's why I'm needing, looking for your help. Like, how can we show this thing to make them understand the dashboards, the visualizations for taking business decisions? So that is just came into my mind that if I'm teaching that thing to my student, then how can I help them to visualize this thing so that they can understand and easily take.
But in your teaching, how you must be using PowerPoint presentations or something like that.
No, sir, directly practical thing. Like I'm sharing my screen with the software and I'm directly teaching them. It means as a hands-on
Directly teaching. So then you need to because I have not seen that software. Okay. So maybe how that particular software works and why you want to bring augmented reality there. Do you think that the real life feedback, visual feedback is important in that content?
That is what I need to actually. I think I should find out and study that.
That's what I'm saying. You'll have to introspect that whether you require the real life fit. That's why it will come augmented reality. You have more of real, less of virtual. Okay. So if that is the case, then probably you can do it. I'm not sure that in exactly which position, but you can try.
I'll sir find out, and then if you allow, I will mail to you later on so that I can get
yes
from you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So any further question?
Dear participants, if you have any questions, you can ask right now. You can post in the question answer session also. You can, I will. Dear Professor, some questions are given in the question and answer.
Achha, question and answer. Yeah, I can see.
Yes,
achha,
sir.
somebody is writing. For finding, okay, I'm reading the questions and I'll try to answer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
For finding contour, which contour algorithm is best for marker detection? I mean to say that you do object detection and then you apply CV contour. OpenCV has contour detection algorithm, OpenCV contour. CV contour is a function in the OpenCV. You can use that function, it will identify the outer contour. Okay, that is what we actually do it in our application. But this, the problem, I'll tell you where you will face the difficulties. These markers which I have shown, these markers are basically easy markers, like black and white markers. The contours, detection will be easier. But if it's a real life object based marker, then the contour may not be exactly, smooth or something like that. There you will have to apply certain smoothing algorithms. But we have applied CV contour function of OpenCV, open source Intel computer vision library, and it works fine. So the next question is, if I am not a programmer or know about, I am a design professor.
Sir, this hello,
Yeah,
sir. Yeah, I have written this question.
Okay.
So I'm Dr. Aarti Prakash Khare. I did my master. Good morning, sir. I did my master of design from IIT Bombay in 87, 89.
Okay.
And recently I have completed my 2019. I completed my PhD from IIT Delhi in interaction design, visual design, and on e-learning. That topic was e-learning, and I created an evaluation model for that.
Okay.
Specifically. So I want to know, we are designer, like we means me. We don't know the coding. So what are the ways I want to work on in this field, especially because it's for entertainment. Since I'm in media and design. So in entertainment, film, education, and healthcare system, it has been used, as well as there are a lot of possibilities for me or as a designer to explore. So what if we don't know the programming, then what are the things we need to care, or at least that much we should know, and we can go for.
Right. I think you have raised a very valid question. I'll tell you. see, the entire setup
Yeah.
does not require, or entire setup cannot be done by a
Mm.
single person. Okay.
Yeah, true, very
Okay.
true, very
Okay.
true, sir.
So for developing certain modules, we need someone who is good in programming. Okay.
Okay, true.
At the same time,
Yeah, yeah,
we also need to know that, let's see this example again.
yeah,
Okay. So if you look into this, when I'm playing this video,
yeah,
now where the designer comes,
yeah.
designer comes where
Yeah,
the look of this 3D model, the
true, true,
placement of this 3D model,
true,
the
sir.
placement of this card, whether they are aesthetically correct or not, these
True, very
things,
true.
we are not expert into these things.
Very true, sir.
So this is where basically, that's why we need an amalgamation of the coders who will basically code. We need designers who are good in understanding the psychovisual, things of the observers. Okay.
Yeah, true.
So that the placement of these objects are correct at right scale, at right color choice, at
And
right
right,
orientations. Okay. So
and right texture too.
right texture. These things are very important. So I
Yeah,
think your inputs are highly required. Otherwise, what will happen?
I'll be
All
happy
these
to do
systems-
that. I'll
Yeah,
be happy to do that.
right, right. Otherwise, all such systems will look like artificial systems. If you
Yeah,
want to make the systems more realistic in nature,
true.
obviously you need design people who are good in
Very true.
telling
Very,
that where to put what. Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah,
that's what my opinion. So obviously for
yeah,
your interest,
yeah.
it is highly needed that we collaborate with you
Yeah,
people
sure, sir.
who are
Sure,
good in
sir.
design, and we
Yeah,
can actually come up with a better solution. That I
yeah.
think.
And even I feel when looking at it, like everyone is doing for the normal kids. Like as you said in Chetna school, you have tried with the special kids.
Yeah.
So I always feel like, there was, I used to teach in symbiosis and now I'm with Manav Rachna. So in symbiosis, I gave assignment to the kids, to the students, like, what if you have to design something for the colorblind? So even for that, can we have something like an app or something for the colorblind people? Because I always feel we don't have on the signal, on the crossing, those red, green, yellow is there, amber is there,
Right.
which is not being seen by the colorblind people as red, green, and amber color. It
Right.
is seen as yellow and gray.
Right.
The people they are with. So, and that's why we all know, and we should know that the colors, and specifically the signage system or the best website of the world, whether it is Microsoft or like Facebook or Twitter, they used blue because it is the one which is seen by all kind of colorblind people.
Right.
And,
Right.
and the low vision also.
Right. Right.
So
Absolutely
such,
right.
so such kind of thing I would like to do. Please tell me, please incorporate me, and please tell me whatever I can do it for you. And
Sure,
IIT
sure.
Bhubaneswar also.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Definitely.
I mean to say that because often we develop, user interfaces which are pretty bad. Okay. I
I'm there.
know that.
I'm there. You don't have to say now anything about it. It's bad. Definitely.
So that's why we need the help of designers who can
Sure,
actually improve our presentation.
I would love to collaborate, sir. I
Yeah.
would love to collaborate.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
I can search your email ID and
Yeah. You just drop me an email. DP
Yeah.
Dogra is my email ID.
What
Okay,
is
DP
that?
Dogra.
What is it?
DP Dogra.
DP Do.
Or yeah, you just search my name, Devi Prasad Dogra. You will find it in Google.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you and thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks and wonderful session. Wonderful session.
Thank you.
I'm interested in getting to know more things about, I started reading about deep learning and machine learning, but I'm not a science student. So, I studied.
That's okay. That's okay. But
40
interdisciplinary
years
learning is
back.
coming. So it's
40 years back, 45 years back. So,
thank you.
okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So the next question is from Dr. Srikanth. He's asking where would the data be stored for the training data, because the data might be huge. That's right, this cultural learning model, but actually we do not store the data. We train the model, and these models are not that huge. See, this training time you will have to store the data in your local drive, and then once the models are trained, you can keep forget about the data. Models are trained means you basically apply certain feature extractors, whether it is a CNN based or something else, and after the features are extracted, data gets reduced, so it won't be a problem. So if you are talking about a large volume of data, okay, which is used for training, that somewhere you have to store it. But during online, you basically capture frame by frame now. So basically 1 frame, 2 frame, 3 frame, and you keep on discarding them, so you do not need to store them essentially. So like I work a lot on computer vision based traffic and anomaly detection. If you look into my website, you will find that I have lots of projects running on understanding traffic videos. Now we get the feedback from the CCTV cameras. We don't store them. We have trained the models using existing videos, and we only store the model. When I get the live feed of the video, we take them frame by frame, and we do the detection and other performance on those frame by frame. So there's nothing like storing. Okay. So the next one is, which language used for coding? Yeah, this is an amalgamation. We use Python as well as C. These days, my students all prefer to work on Python. Frankly speaking, I do not know Python, but that's very easy. I only guide them. I only see the algorithm. I only see the flowchart, the architecture diagram. But Python is the best language for a beginner to start with, and it is very easy. Frankly speaking, if you spend 5 days time, you will learn it. Okay, so it's better to switch to the Python language. Okay. So any further question?
Participants from your side, any questions is there, please ask.
I can see two of you have raised hand. Okay, fine. I think these questions have answered.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So from any of the participants, any queries, please ask. Our guest speaker is here.
Sir, can I ask one more question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, since my PhD topic was to see what is the difference after learning online. Is there any change in behavior, attitude, and learning outcome? So since you are talking about the learning through AR and VR, so we can check on, like, because every machine has a certain impact on the user or the viewer. So for that purpose, in my thesis, I segregated user from learner, because from my point of view, even my guide agreed on that the users are not always a learner, but learner is always a user.
Yes.
So the impact of these on special children, like how much how much impact is there on the kids? Are they having any behavioral changes further to that?
That requires a longitudinal study.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I could not continue. There are certain administrative hurdles also. But I was actually interested to see that whether these sort of things are bringing any change. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And we have at IIT Delhi UX UI lab, we have. And like I think so, IIT Bhubaneswar also must be having it, plus EEG and other. So I also checked it out with the behavioral changes with EEG.
Right. So actually, I am actually starting a project with DRDO on this particular topic itself, that how the behavioral changes happening. So we will like to study the EEG signals for a longer period during a person is, say for example, a person is working with a computer for a long time. How the attention model actually varies over time.
Yeah. So
So
I use More as for behavioral recording. So we
okay,
had that More software for using, like, how the person or the learner or the user is looking here or there, he's losing the interest or he's gaining the attention, or he's how much he is engrossed in. So, and with GSR, we checked out, like, the galvanic skin response, how much the heartbeat or the skin conductance was there. So
okay,
we saw that there was changes, like when
okay,
they were excited about the, like, they got interested, it went up, the graph went up,
okay, okay.
and then it dropped down as soon as they got bored or they got
Right,
irritated.
right. So this sort of studies, I actually also, I'll start it maybe, once this project is formalized.
Yeah.
I want to do a study on mainly on programmers who are writing programs, and often if
Yeah.
you, because I am teaching these first year, second year students, while they are programming, they do a lot of common mistakes, like
Yeah.
missing a bracket, second bracket, this
Yeah.
one, why it is happening. And
Yeah.
people are actually stuck with a very simple mistake in their code and they are unable to find it out. So we
Yeah.
want to understand that whether this is due to the exhaust, the brain is exhausted, or why the attention is basically is not there. So this sort of study, I am also interested to do that. That's what I'm planning also. Maybe in
Wonderful.
next couple of years, I will be spending more time on that.
Wonderful, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dear Professor Debbie sir and
Yes.
Aarti ma'am, I have to add one more thing. In
Yes.
my research, I also done marker-based augmented reality the 3 years
Wow.
back.
Wonderful, sir.
Actually, since ma'am asked one question, how we have analyzed the emotional analysis of the students,
Yeah.
Right.
so that I have to add for that question. I am going to answer for that.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Actually, we have created a
Hmm.
textbook, one small textbook, alphabet textbooks only.
Okay.
With if A for apple comes means along with that some sound will come.
Yes.
So
Right.
it is
Right.
it is a marker based augmented reality. So
Okay.
that textbook we have created, and we have went to all schools, some for 5 to 6 schools we have went, and we have analyzed what is the capacity of the student listening, understanding, and then how the learning skill. So we have evaluated and we have tested everything. So really the emotional activity of their student level activity is improved.
Yeah,
So
definitely, sir.
normal chalk and talk and other traditional way of teaching is somewhat it quickly enhanced with the AR technology, I think. So we have tested, went to all the school with the help of that marker, and we have scanned with some tab. We went with some tab and we have tested.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful, sir. Actually,
But
while I was doing my research, that time I got to know about, like, learning theories. So in that, I don't distinctly remember. I think so. It was Robert Gagne. So who
Okay.
says that, like, there are steps of learning. So 90% is achieved and retained by the student or learner when it is learning by doing.
right.
The minimalistic is,
Yes.
like, hearing and reading, and the maximum is like, with demonstration and learning and doing. That's wonderful, sir. That's
Yes.
really wonderful. Nice work. And
And one more thing also I am adding here, sir.
yeah.
In chemistry concepts, there are many equations will come.
Yeah.
So it is
Right.
tough to find, to understand by the school level students. So we
Yeah.
have created some small object, 3D object, and
Hmm.
how it's mixing, and what is the reactant, and what is the final product come. So
Right.
that can be visualized in augmented view. That also,
Right. Right.
but
So
we
that's
not
why.
entirely
Yeah.
completed, but we are still doing on.
So yeah, that's right. Actually, I feel that engineering and higher education, particularly in higher education, in each every discipline, whether it is engineering, whether it is art, whether it is geography, whether it is literature, whether it is business administration, you have contents which are for which you can actually develop AR based systems. Okay, you just need to understand that where visualization and
Yeah.
learning by practice helps. So these are only teachers can identify those points, and
Yeah.
they can actually come to the AR developers. Okay, and these are only requisitions. You tell the AR developer that this is my content which I would like to make it in AR. It is possible. That is what actually we need it.
Yeah. So, sir, can I add? I think so. I don't know. I'm not sure about it. Monica, ma'am, she has asked one question about how to use it in management.
Yes,
How
yes,
much I
definitely.
understand, it's really an abstract thought or information, actually real. But when if I say, if I have to put it across visually, then I need to go by bar charts or diagrams only to show certain differences in, like, say, financial aspect of some project, or, like, financial gain in some project. So I can say that I can just suggest, like, in AR and VR, we can say, like, that how much is expected, was expected, the financial growth in the economic year of, like, say, 2021 or 2020,
Mhm.
and then how much it deviated. So
Yeah.
it can be asked, like, the students to do according to there, and it is showing, and then actual the outcome was, or, like, the actual data, how much it differ from. So
Right.
that's how it can be shown. That is
Yes.
one idea only.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you, ma'am. Aarti ma'am, yes, it's a good idea.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anytime, anytime.
Sir, two more questions are posted
Yeah.
in
Let me see
Q&A.
two more questions. One is, what is the name of the game used for healing in patient? You have mentioned it is Pluto AR. That was the game we have used it. So I mean to say it was just an application developed by my students, which has been named as Pluto AR. Okay, there is nothing like that why we have given. So this is just students gave a funny name. So that was used. And the second question is why DOF is used and how to find the number of DOF. So a degree of freedom is very common thing when you basically talk about that 3D geometry, in which direction basically uh, you know why degree of freedom is 6. First of all, you have XYZ you have 3 degrees, then you have 3 angles. So that's why 3 plus 3 6. Okay, so XYZ gives you the displacement along X, Y, and Z, and angle gives you the displacement, angular displacement. So that's why 3 plus 3 6. Now the question is that why do you need this? Because the placement of an object in real world can be this rightly expressed in terms of this degrees of freedom, because every object which are moving in real world, they can be expressed in terms of this 6 degrees of freedom. That's why these are well known in our computational what I will say computer vision related literature. You can look into the books of Forsyth or any image processing books also, you will find it there.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable time.
Yeah, thank you also,
Uh,
Dr. Martin, for inviting me, and
yes,
the
sir.
entire administration for inviting me, and
Yes,
it was a nice and interactive discussion. Okay,
yes,
I
sir.
really enjoyed this session with all the questions from all the participants, ma'am, and everyone who asked. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, sir.
Thank you.
Dear Professor Dr. Debbie Prasad from IIT Bhubaneswar, thank you very much for your valuable time and the content delivered on AR, that is applications of augmented and virtual reality for edutainment applications. It is very useful for all participants, and since all from different background, they can understand how it can be enabled for future researchers. And you also given a good explanation in this 2-hour session. Thank you very much, sir, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Martin, sir.
I'm
Thank
again
you.
telling
Thank
all
you.
the participants they can email me for any doubt anytime. My email ID is available. Okay, they
Yes,
can
sir.
email me for any doubt.
I also share you, sir, and I also in future connect with you for future collaborations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Martin sir, you would like to have some of my inputs as a designer and
Yes, ma'am.
illustrator. So
Definitely.
definitely I'm just there, a phone call away, a mail away,
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
a
ma'am.
WhatsApp message away, I can say.
So I through this FDP program, I will connect you for future collaborations, and I
Sure.
will stick on with some design concepts, and I
My
will help you in this engineering background for creating this type of technologies.
definitely, sir, definitely. My pleasure, sir. My
Yes, ma'am.
pleasure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Devi sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Devi sir.
We'll get back to you, Devi sir.
Dear faculty friends, the morning first hour session is over. We have some small break and we can join at 11:30. The 11:30 session is the general topic on the FDP, since until now 13th session is the technical session. This is the next how the India, the currently we are in the pandemic situation, how the education goes, everyone know. So all are that faculty members, professors from engineering background and arts and science. So this session is very useful for you, how the new educational policy system in India in upcoming years. We're going to see in the next session. It is very useful. So please be on time. So now have a short break and you can join 10 minutes before itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Alex, sir?
Yes, Martin sir.
Yeah, we will join at sharply 11:50.
All right. All right. Okay, sir.
Okay. Dinesh sir.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning. We are welcoming you, sir.
Thank you.
So in a couple of minutes, we will start, sir, at 11:30 sharply.
Yeah,
So
sure.
now it's the time for some small break, David, all
Sure.
participants. So
Sure.
mostly they will join at 11:30.
Sure, sir.
Sir, if you want to test any screen sharing or any video is there, means you can test it, sir.
Yeah, I'll just. The host disabled participant share.
Wait, sir, wait, sir. Sir, now you check, sir. Yes, sir, your screen is visible. So do you have any videos to run?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear the audio, sir? Can you able to hear the audio, sir? Audio of the video.
Some disturbance is there.
Yeah, that's a background noise. Yes. That's the original video.
We would like to invite
So welcome back, participants. So we are moving on to the last session of our FDP. From Monday onwards, we were actually attending a lot of sessions mainly based on technologies and all. So we are going to get a session from a different genre. So let me please invite Mr. Dinesh Gajendran for the session. And before that, let me please try to introduce him. Dinesh Gajendran. Dinesh sir actually graduated with triple masters in MBA and MA Advertising and Public Relations and Masters in Political Science. A development sector person by passion and profession, he had been served with many influential agencies and contributed its consultancy services to with UNICEF, UNESCO, UNFPA, SARC, UN High-Level Meeting on Youth, Commonwealth Heads of Government Meeting, Commonwealth Sports Ministers Meeting, Youth Ministers Meeting, United Nations Economic, Social and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the Duke of Edinburgh's International Association, UK government, Sri Lankan government, Malaysian government, Singapore government, and across Commonwealth countries, etc. He has been recognized with various global awards for his outstanding contribution to development and management sector. He has founded Audacious Dream Foundation, and he is now in the capacity of Catalyst and Executive Director of Audacious Dream Foundation. And it really aims to inspire, inform, engage, enable, and empower youth for global understanding and sustainable development. We invite you, sir, for the next 2-hour session. Thanks a lot for being with us. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for your nice introduction. So it's glad to be hearing about ourselves in this pandemic again. So from others, so thank you so much. So good morning, all the participants. I'm sure you've been exhausted with the last 5 days. So hearing the same topics again and again with different perspectives and different inputs from different learned scholars. So I'm not going to take much of your time, and also not putting into so much of technical aspects of virtual reality or augmented reality. Let's just talk something else. That means business perspectives of VR. How VR can able to make the local outputs and local inputs, and also some of the policy aspects designed by the Indian government. So if possible, let's go with a mutual participation and mutual learning. And I'm sure everyone gonna switch off your videos for sure. So I think it's in the webinar mode, I guess. I can't see the participants' video, I guess, if I'm not wrong. So
yes, sir, it's in webinar mode.
It's in webinar mode, fine. So
yes, sir.
Maybe other participants, if you wish, you can unmute yourself and then you can talk. So whenever I ask questions, is that facility available, sir?
Yes, sir. Actually, if we ask questions, the participants can raise the hand. So we will allow to talk them. So their audio will be here, and also they can put the questions in QA feature box.
Okay, fine. So only I think the participants are aware of only if you raise your hands, you can able to speak. So you can raise your hand so that the administrators over here will allow you to speak. I think around 75 participants are here. Maybe I would like to make it more of a two-way participation. Maybe if you can't speak, you can just put in the chat box so that we can just make it more comfortable by speaking. So because I normally used to do less webinar mode in this pandemic sessions, because I know all of you are teachers over here, so I'm sure the advantages of learning in physical classroom and so being in a virtual classroom is something different. I'm sure everyone, maybe I think you can put in your chat box, I guess you can message in your chat box. So let me ask you questions. How many of you are comfortable with physical sessions? So if you're comfortable with physical sessions, you can put an option 1. If you're comfortable with online sessions, so far you've been practiced, So, if you've been okay with the online session or a virtual session hereafter, maybe you can put your option 2. First option, you're voting for 10 out of 10 for your physical sessions, and second option is for your virtual sessions. Sir, I'm comfortable, very much comfortable with over only physical sessions, and I love online sessions only comparatively with physical sessions. Okay, so let me hear around 10. I got around 10 responses. Sorry, both are fine. So looking forward to hear more responses. I'm sure you face this issue, like since you're running the online classes for almost 1 year now. I'm sure when you're waiting for responses from your fellow students, I know how you feel. If you have 80 participants, if you get responses of around only 10 or 20 responses, so you know how you feel as a resource person, as a teacher. So look forward to more responses from you. So it's a very difficult sessions being in a webinar mode. By not understanding the reactions of participants, we can only able to understand the reactions by your chat. Okay, I'm sure I got around 20 plus. Okay, around 20 plus. In the 20 out of 80, so many people have responded like option 1. You're more comfortable with physical sessions, and some said you're fine with both. So as a learner, I feel online session have a lot of scope. So thank you, Madam Divya, for your answers. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go. I think many of you have been, as a teacher, I feel physical sessions are more effective. As a learner, I feel online session have a lot of scope. Okay, thank you. Thanks for putting your different perspectives, Ms. Divya. Thank you. So can we end this question? So if you have any, so shall I wait for some more responses? So we got around 20 plus. Arati, Gauri Shankar, VSN Kumar, Bhaskar, Shiva Kumar, Dr. Ajita, Divya, Jyotirmai, Dilli Raj, Divya, Govinda Sami, Shankaran. Due to online, many loss in job. Yes. So due to online sessions, many have been losing their jobs. Especially in the last 3 to 4 months, I keep on hearing many private institutions been sending their faculties off and then maintaining very minimum number of faculties to run the online show. Okay, fine, done. So I'm looking forward two-way response. If you want, even if I ask question, you can raise your hand so that the administrators will allow you to answer questions, so that we can go with rather typing for some time. We can interact. You can interact in any language, but I know only Tamil and English. So let's go with that. So I'm sure many of you have been technologically sound, since many of you from EC department, and I can understand some other department people also, faculties and research scholars also here. So let's not go with too much of technical, because I saw some of the sessions previously. So they taught you very good technical aspects and creating apps and following applications. So many things you have learned in the last 5 days. So I'm sure we can just work on only the theoretical part and not too much of a technical part. And we can share some live examples what we have done. I'm not an academician, actually. I'm not an academician, since I saw all the previous 9 to 10 sessions has been handled by more of an academician. I'm not an academician, so I'm more of a practitioner. So you can Google our activities later if you find time. So Audacious Dreams Foundation is our brain child and my brain child. So I founded after my MBA program. So more of a person, kind of a passion calling, we have founded the Audacious Dreams Foundation, which is more of youth development organization, working with schools, colleges, communities, corporates, and also at the grassroots level, empowering young people on different aspects and different like life skills, adolescent health issues, social issues, civic education, sustainable development goals. Some of the issues we have been working for the last 10 years. And I'm a serial entrepreneur. So apart from the foundation activities we do a lot of policy related activities, and we do working with policy activities with various governments. Like for example, for Indian government, we are working with youth policies. Like 10 years back, Indian government launched, sorry, in 2014, Indian government launched Indian youth policy. And 1992, there was an education policy, and then after around 25, 30 plus years, we have been working again for education policy. I'm sure 2020 Indian government has launched the education policy, national education policy, and now again India is working for national youth policy. So I think youth policy and education policies go by hand together. So we are working with Indian youth policy also as a consultant. We are working with Indian government, and UNFPA and UN volunteers are doing the responsible activities for the youth policy. Maybe if you're not going for too much of a technical session, I'm open to more of a question answer sessions. You can ask me how we can frame policies, how we are doing the policy activities with governments, how we are working with policy activities with intergovernmental agencies and developmental organizations. So you can ask any questions on that. Maybe I can speak less. You can also, if you want to ask more questions, you can ask anytime. You can just raise your hands. Otherwise, we're going to speak more of a theoretical session today. As I said, I'm working with many developmental organizations. If you find anything interesting in the development sector and the development organization, and how technology and your departments and your colleges and universities can work together with the development sector to gain more branding for your organization, and also to get more of a certifications, recognitions, and affiliations with global agencies, so that you can run your programs smooth. So that's the need of the hour for the next few years, because everything comes online. If you get good recognition and good validation and good aggregations from the global agencies, so that your program can gain more momentum to reach at the grassroots level. So I welcome you. So whenever you find time, you can raise your hands and you can ask question, or you can put things in the chat box. So I can read the chat box also. Fine. So Mr. Shankaran mentioned that even one person can monitor around 240 students in online at a time, which is not able to, which was not possible to during the physical session. So thank you so much, sir, for your inputs. So let's go with so virtual education. That was a topic given to me. That is more of an online education. Since you've been working for the virtual reality and augmented reality in the past 5 days. So let's touch about the online aspects, and then I'll come to VR and AR, and then let's see some of the market statistics, and then I'll share some of the activities created by us, the applications created by us, and also for the few governments, how we are working with the technology aspects. So let me put over here virtual education, the good ways, ugly ways, bad. So what is the good about online education? So I just mentioned two things. Maybe if you want to share as a voice note, you can raise your hands and then you can speak, or else you can put in the chat box. Let's see, the best performers will get some good awards from the organizers or from me. So as an opportunities for your future participations. So virtual education, the advantages over here is you can access to unlimited topics. You can access to unlimited topics, and you can get very good global experts in the topics which you're looking for, or something otherwise it is not affordable or imaginable. For example, maybe if in the past, in 2019, if you're organizing for an international conference, I'm sure how much the university or department need to spend So department has to go for corporate sponsors, and students has to go for the community sponsorship to bring the foreign experts to our colleges and spending them for 2 to 3 days accommodation, food, flight tickets, blah blah blah, etc., etc. So that was the break had been created by the online education. Now each and every colleges, and it was during this pandemic, all the departments started doing international seminars and international conference, which is reducing the global gap. So reducing the global gap, which is an advantage for an online education. And also, as Mr. Shankaran said, the methods of teaching and assessment. One teacher can assess 240 children. If a college is having around, let's say, 3,000 children, so 10 supervisors can be able to monitor your online examinations. If you conduct a physical examination, so monitoring 3,000 students, you need minimum 100 of professors to monitor. So it's reducing the gap of physical expertise. It's more of so technology is supporting for you. So do you feel any other advantages of virtual education? If you feel anything beyond those 2 points which I'm mentioning, you can type in the chat box. So, or you can just raise your hands and speak. So some kind of a person who would like to hear more of a sound or a noise from the fellow professors, so that will be more of an interesting part with this statement. So Mr. Gauri Shankar said access to quality education. So after 2019, so you get some good access to quality education, because every teacher has to go beyond their books. So that's the one advantage we got during this pandemic and online session. So everything we get from books. Before that, browsing and getting global curriculum and global experts was less during the physical sessions in 2019. And now the online session brings access to quality education by bringing global experts. So any other responses I can hear? Any other responses?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Aarti Prakash Khare here.
Yes.
I did my PhD in online learning or e-learning, you can say. And in that, I did checked out with the student the learning outcome, behavior changes and effect. While using and creating the content on website, I created a module. As you said on the bad, using the internet for entertainment is common, but for online lesson is a big challenge. It's very true, sir, because I checked it out that only in case if the usability goes wrong or the UX UI is not designed properly, if the navigation is not correct, then definitely it is going to hamper the learners learning, and it make them irritated, and then hence the learning outcome is different. Though as you said that it's a unlimited source is there of the knowledge as well as information. So, and huge socio-economic divide is there, government versus private institution. Yeah, that's very true. And fortunately, I was working for one INB Ministries initiative. In that, I was one of the expert for creating, it's a National Center of Excellence, AVGC, which is now handed over to IIT Bombay. I did my master's from IIT Bombay in visual communication 30 years back. So, and PhD I did recently. So I can say that from my perspective, when I studied masters, that time we were hardly introduced with the computer, or we were just introduced with Apple Macintosh, and PC or any other gadgets as today they are there, it was not there. And when I started doing my PhD, that time I chose the subject UX, UI, e-learning, everything, and online learning as a visual designer. So I could see the difference and difficulty in adapting that new technology as well as learning from the scratch. So I can see, but still, if, as you said, the teachers may not be well versed with creating digital content, just because everyone is not well versed with the computation or like, using computers and as well as creating, because creating content is not that easy. It's a teamwork basically. And it is being expected from a single teacher. That's what it is, a difference. As the books are created with a team, it's though it is like, someone is doing writing, like, 2 or 3 teachers are writing a single book, or one teacher is writing a single book, but then they are having multiple years experience of that particular subject. So that's what I feel, that the difference is there, the teamwork as well as the single-handedly doing any project. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm seeing you from the first day. You've been so engaging and
Thank you so
sharing
much.
your knowledge. I'm
Thank
sure your students would have been enjoying your physical classrooms, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
So your
that's what.
students are missing you, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say when you said, and everyone is saying that in pandemic, as the sir said, that it's easy for 3,000 students giving examination online and conducting that big number online. It's easier than conducting like, physically or face to face. So, but then I can say I'm from design background, so it's difficult if I say I can show while switching on my camera, or I can have an add-on camera while showing it on my workstation, and I can capture that and direct it to online classroom. That I can do. But something like, if I have to show, like, mixing of 2 colors, so how much I am taking that color, physically the student can see it and grasp it, that also have to tell. So it is add on like, information, which everything as given as a kind of creating a recipe for a or creating recipe and instructing that recipe to a new learner, or someone who is new. So similarly, those gaps are there in online learning. So, like, and you can't touch a texture, as we said that like, really by past sessions, I'm really amazed to know that, like, we can have the smell effect in augmented reality, but still the touch and the feel, the tactile effect is not there. That's what in specifically in design field, we need to touch the paper, we need to see which paper is correct, and how much it is going to absorb.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And so thank you all the participants. When you're replying, you just select the option to all panelists and attendees, so that the attendees also can listen to your views and can see your views. So Karthik Patel sir saying demonstration videos, animations can be shown in online classroom, which is difficult in offline classroom of 70 students. And time is not the constraint. Anytime student can access the classroom sessions. Dedicated and self-motivated learners can get a lot from online education. Curriculum of today may reduce desired learning outcome who are interested only in passing exams. The online mode of teaching and learning is not effective and benefit for rural students. Otherwise, thanks to online mode, we can listen to eminent personalities like you. So thank you so much for all the participants for sharing your views. So everyone is understanding that we have advantages and also disadvantages when it comes to online education, and especially when it comes to socio-economic divide. I'm a more of a person speak about socio-economic and politics kind of a thing, and then comes to the technology part. So if you take data for the last 1 year, so the divide between the urban and rural and government versus private institutions and affordable versus non-affordable. So there is a lot of difference. Thank you, Dr. Madhavi, for highlighting that. I'm also kind of a person who came from very rural background. So I live in a very rural background also. Now also I just left all my job, profession. I mean, working for others, I left everything and then I just came to my hometown to serve for my community and people, and making a base, my hometown as a base, and then contributing my thoughts to the global village. So everyone could not able to take that risk of coming back to the grassroots. But if online can able to serve for most of the region and 100% to dividing, bridging this gap, then online education will be more of a viable option in future. But we could not able to avoid what is coming in. So because the physical session, almost a few of my students joined their MBA program last year. Now they are going to complete their MBA program. So they're in the second year. So they're completely, they're going to get the graduation through an online mode. So they have not done a project, they have not done a physical exercise, they have not been to any lab, they have not been to any project work or internship physically. But in this 2 years, many of our students going to complete their graduation and going to hit the job market. I'm not sure how about the skill perspectives have been fulfilled by the teachers or by the students doing it online, because certain subjects really need an offline session, an offline classroom session. So if the social economic divide, if we're able to bridge the gap, then we can vote for online education and virtual education. So thank you so much for all the inputs. Okay, just an example of just one data I would like to cover. Yeah. So first I'll just come with the drawbacks of online education. So the gender differentiation also plays an important role on dividing the gap. For example, there was a survey conducted in Bihar. Out of 733 children, only 28% of the girls had smartphones compared to 36% of the boys. Even though there was more than 60 plus percentage of people not having smartphones in the rural areas of Bihar. And in majority of the cases, the smartphones belongs to male adult, often lesser accessible to girls than boys. So mostly in a household also only the male having more of a smartphone in the rural areas. Just an example of Bihar. You can imagine, I'm sure many of the North Indian or West or even there is a huge participants from different parts of India. I'm sure you can able to understand the pros and cons of online education and gender divide in this particular area. I'm sure you come across a lot of mental health issues for your students and as well as for the teachers. So I'm sure the mental health issues, how it's been affecting through the online education. I'm sure you hear a lot of stories and feedback from your students regarding the mental health, because sitting throughout for 5-6 hours. So some of the schools, the known schools of so they're having more than 6 hours online sessions, and after 6 hours they have the JEE class online and NEET class online after 6 o'clock. It's been more of 6 to 10 hours sitting in front of computer. You know how much of physical and mental health been affecting for the students, and more of an excessive screen time. I think minimum 20 to 40 minutes is good for the continuous session, but we are dragging for more than 5 to 6 hours. We have no other option and no other core as well. So excessive screen time and mental health issues, socioeconomic divide, gender differentiation are major drawbacks in online education. Some of you mentioned that the rural versus urban also. So thank you so much. And so let's see uniform and effective online education in India. So what is being done and what more is possible? So in the coming slides, so we can just share about what Indian government is trying to do to bridge the gap for this online. Now the policies can able to come into practice. So there should be, the policy should be an inclusive should be in nature. Like as you said, it should cover all the participants, not only gender issues, mental health issues, and also the rural versus urban issues, government versus private issues, and the location-based issues. There is a lot of issues are there. There should be an inclusive education policies during the pandemic and also after the pandemic. So the online education should be effective, accessible, safer. And nowadays the issues is a lot of issues being facing by the students and also the teachers. I'm sure the recent issues raised during the online sessions, the abuse, the sexual abuse, the violence issues has been raised in online, the hacking happening during the online sessions. There are also some of the major issues. If you have been following the news for the last few years, I think last few weeks, to make a case of an example of in Tamil Nadu, so there was an online abuse was happening, and because of that, there has been issues against a lot of schools which has been conducting online sessions. In that, there has been new guidelines has been released by Tamil Nadu government after forming a expert committee. So, last week, the Tamil Nadu government issuing a guidelines, and Tamil Nadu School Education Ministry also issuing a new guidelines to conduct online sessions, because so far the first few months the online session was safer, but after few months the online session was some of the students, and when it comes to gender issues and when it comes to abuse, sexual abuse and verbal abuse, it's been more in the recent days. Maybe all the government should come into the fact that how we can able to avoid this abuses, and also how we can make the online more safer, accessible and effective. So the teaching community across India, so they just came out with a forum called Discussion Forum of Online Teaching. It's called DFOT. So they discuss different aspects of online teaching and to create repositories of essential resources. So, for example, Indian government in the recent days, you can see the online digital library of India. So, lakhs and lakhs of books, the physical books had been transformed into an online books in the recent days. You just log into Digi Library of India. You can just Google National Digital Library. You can get a lot of information, and you can get a lot of books, projects, theses, everything's now become stored as an online resources. So some of the aspects of artificial intelligence in education. So it's the IIT Kharagpur. IIT Kharagpur has been collaborated with Amazon Web Services to develop the national artificial intelligence resource platform, which is the future to monitor your eye movement and your motion and your parameters for better teaching and learning. I'm sure now you have been, you came up with the exam pattern, like some of the universities using exam pattern using artificial intelligence like Code Tantra, and many more platforms came in where the students should see the camera and students should not move and observing your eyeball movements, which also creating more pressure on students. You're not able to turn around. If you just turn around for more than 2 to 3 times, your login will be expired and your login will be cut off. It's creating more pressure, but no other go. So some of this kind of a technological aspect we should accept. But writing in physical examinations and writing in online examination, creating more of a digital divide and also more of an easy access, because in online examination mostly more than 90% to 99% of the students are getting pass in the last 1 year. There has been very less failures. I think as a teacher, you're agreeing to that point after coming to online examination. So every students are getting pass marks and with good scores. We're not sure about the skill aspects of that particular students. If you're agreeing that every students are getting pass marks in online education, since we are using open book systems also nowadays, Anna University is also using open book system, and VIT is using open book system for examinations. And so many universities are coming forward for the open book systems. I'm sure if you're agreeing that comparatively with physical examination and physical classroom sessions, the students are getting more marks and more students are getting pass marks in online examinations. If you agree, just say agree, or if you're not agreeing, you just say disagree. You just type in your chat box. Agree. So many students are getting pass marks. Agree. Kritika says agree. Arati ma'am says agree. Okay. Saranya says agree. Let students pass. Okay. So Regina ma'am was very positive side towards students. Sure, let them pass at least at this moment. So agree. So many of us are agreed that maximum students are getting passed through the online examinations. If it had been a physical examination, there will be a checkpoint. So many of you as a teacher, you are agreeing that many students are passing online examinations. Now, so let us just rate the skill set of the students. They are passing, and every students are getting pass marks because of the skill set they are being achieved through the online classes we have taken in the last 1 year. For example, you just rate because of my teaching and because of my the skill which we have given or my university has given, the students are getting maximum pass marks in their online examination. Just rate out of 10, how much mark you are giving for the learned skill set by the students through online education. Out of 10. Out of 10, you can rate from 1 to 9. 3. Thanks for very being honest, Karthik Patel, sir. And Deva Chandrasekhar saying 8. Kritika 4. Rajina Mole ma'am 7. 5. 5. So let me hear from other participants. So there was around 110 participants over here. I can see only 5 to 10 responses. 6. 5, 6. Okay, fine. So only 5. So let me have more responses. Depending on the content. Okay, good. Let's make it overall, just general perspectives. We don't want to go to subject wise because each subject having a different narration. I'm sure, yes. Kayun Lomi giving 5 marks for the learned skill set of the students. 4, 5, 4. Okay, fine. So while you reply, please select all panelists and attendees. There is an option called all panelists and attendees. If you select only all panelists, only the administrators can able to see your comments. So select all panelists and attendees. Okay, depending on content. Okay, so everyone here mostly agree that the content we are trying to transform through online education is not in par with the physical sessions. So there comes the bridging of the gap through AI, AR, and VR. Maybe if we use AI, VR, and AR, maybe we can able to bridge the gap which is being divided because of the physical and online sessions. So how we can able to, because many of you have been learning for the last 5 days how augmented reality and virtual reality can be used in the classrooms. Maybe you can just plan more to use more online tools, user-friendly tools based on AI. How we can able to pass the skill sets to the students in a more effective manner. Thank you for your responses, teachers. And these are some of the online education resources launched by Indian government in the last few years. So you can just go to National Digital Library and you can take a membership, and your institution can take a membership so that you can read the thesis, paper presentations, publications. So many universities have access to the Scopus and ABDC journals and giving online to the participant. For example, VIT is having a mega online library, is giving access to PhD scholars and research scholars to access various publications, paper. Otherwise, it's been a paid resources if you go directly to the journals. So where you can get a membership and you can take the journals and you can offer free of cost for your students. I'm sure you are aware of SWAYAM and NPTEL app. Most of you are doing the courses, and you're suggesting your students also should get a courses. For example, if you're doing a PhD, so now there is an option like if you do NPTEL or SWAYAM courses, that credits can be passed to complete your coursework in your PhDs. Many universities started agreeing, and also even at the UG level, undergraduation level also, many of my known institutions, even at the grassroots, even at the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, are encouraging their students to come into online and to complete NPTEL and SWAYAM courses to complete their credits. 2 credit program, 1 credit program, 3 credit program. Now, there is a mandatory, every student should complete 1 or 2 courses as a credit program to complete commerce graduation and to complete engineering graduation and to complete the hospital administration courses. So many institutions slowly starting implementing this NPTEL and SWAYAM things in their regular classroom sessions. If you want to know more about National Digital Library of India, maybe you can just go to our YouTube channel. Name Audacious Dreams is the YouTube channel name. Just go and just see the videos. There was a resource person from National Digital Library addressed the students. So there was a 1 hour of video how you can get membership and how you can access the digital library. A very good resource for the students and teachers. So what India is going to achieve in this pandemic and after the pandemic? So India, as of now, so more than 35 million students enrolled in higher education. So contributing to small gross enrollment ratio of 26%. So across India, the higher education ratio is just 26%. For example, out of 100 students passing out from grade 12, there's only 26% of students are joining higher education for the graduation. But when you compare to China with a larger population, but only few crores ahead of us, they are having more than 51.6% GER. You can see the divide between the top 2 countries of the world. It's more than 25%. It's more than 25% gap out of 100%, and more than 100% gap comparatively with your neighboring country and the leading player of the world, China. So they have 51.6% GER and we have 26%. Indian government, as per the new education policy, we have been also part of some consultation process happened in the last few years. So India is planning to achieve 50% GER by 2035. We are just having 15 years. Let's say only 14 years. So 14 years, because when the NEP has been in discussion, and when it has been in a consultation, there was no pandemic. There was no pandemic, so that the government decided at least 50% GER should be achieved within 2035. Now we need to think how much of dropout level has been increasing because of this pandemic, and how people are dropping out from their grade 10 and 12 classes. And now grade 10 and 12 classes are getting 100% pass in last 2 years. I'm sure this year also the same thing will happen. If the 3-year passing, everyone is passing, so if they come into graduation, you can imagine how their skill set should be, and how we're going to achieve this 50% mark. So maybe bringing this online education and bringing this online courses, Indian government thinks that, so bringing this online and bringing multiple exit policies, so can able to bridge the gap between dropping outs and also getting into higher education. For example, if you complete 3 years of your education only, you can get your graduation. If you complete 4 years of your education after your grade 12, you will complete your engineering. So, sorry, like doctorate You need to be from 3 years to 5 years, 6 years. But now, the Indian government has introduced, after grade 12, if you complete just 1 year of certified with a particular program, and if you complete 2 years, 2 years, you will be getting a diploma. If you complete 3 years, you will be getting a degree. So same courses, you can have a multiple entry and exit options. Like in your engineering courses, if they complete polytechnic, they can join direct second year. So something like that. If you're choosing BSc Physics or BSc Maths or BSc Visual Communication, you can just complete 1 year and then you can exit. You need not to complete all the 3 years. You can complete 2 years and then you can exit. So that in that way, even if you're completing 1 year, your GR can be counted in the percentage wise, it can go higher. So if you take in other countries, like I would like to take an example of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is having like this, they are completing only the grade 12 by 19 years. We are completing a grade 12 by 17 years. They are having 1+ year, 12 + 1. So after completing your 12th, you need to undergo 1 more year to study on specialization, and then they are having an exit examination. Like how we have a 12th grade examination, Sri Lanka is having an exit and entry examination. They having across nationwide entrance examination after the 12 + 1 examination. Then you can, the nationwide examination, only if you pass with certain marks, you can opt for doctor, you can opt for engineering. Even if you have money, you can't go and join in doctorate even if you get a low marks. But in our case, we can able to join in private institutions. Out of 700 marks, if you just scored 170+ marks, you're eligible to join in medical courses if you have money with private institutions. But it will not happen in the case of Sri Lanka, where it's been more than 99% of the institution has been centralized and government institutions. There was no private institutions in medical in Sri Lanka. So each country's policies which will be in a different practices and different manners. So Indian government is believing coming out with online education and coming out with the entry and exit policies from different patterns can able to bring the gross enrollment ratio out at least 50% by 2035. So just let me know, you're from different states. So what is your state's percentage on this GER? If you know, just put your percentage. If you don't know, you just put don't know, whatever. If you know the gross enrollment ratio of your particular state. Because only if your state achieves the gross enrollment ratio, then the national can able to achieve that particular ratio. So what is gross enrollment ratio? After 12th grade examination, how many people are joining for graduation? That means higher education. Do you have any percentages? If you know the percentages, just type the chat box, or you can just put not aware or don't know. Because every policies has been based on the state's achievement and the state's participations and then state's inputs. Andhra Pradesh is 32.4. That's great. It's more than the national average. No idea. Even if you put no idea also, that's an opportunity for learning. Easily you can put no idea, that will be more appreciated so that the learning can be happening. But I feel okay. Kerala is 37%. Tamil Nadu is 49. Very good. That was a huge debate is going on. Tamil Nadu is 49. It's more than America's ratio. That was a debate is going on between Tamil Nadu and Center. Is already Tamil Nadu is achieving 49. There was a political thing also going. Already Tamil Nadu is achieving 49. Kerala is 37. Andhra is more than 30. Andhra is 32 plus. So it's already there. We are achieving more than national ratio. So we want the same education policies, and education should be a state subject. So that was the debate is going on between states and center. Few state governments, and especially in South Indian states, they want education should be in a state subject. Like they don't want NEET exams, they don't want any nationalized exams, because they feel that the state government's tax money is going to students coming from other states. That was the state government's feel. So already the infrastructure in the some of the states has been good comparatively with the national average. Thank you so much. 49, 26, 32, 37. So you cannot have online education in engineering and medical. Yes. So these are the strategies have been put forward by Indian government as per the recent national education policy. Hope you're clear until this point. There was a concept also coming on board. It's called virtual education, virtual universities. Virtual universities using artificial intelligence. There will be no concrete campus and no physical staffs will be having a presence in any state. What is virtual university? Like we have DDE in the past, like distance education. Every university is having distance education mode. Sorry. So virtual universities, even for example, if India is allowing, India is now trying to allow FDI in in private institutions. Like for example, in a case of Sri Lanka or Singapore, I can take Singapore or Malaysia. Even for example, if Oxford University thinks or Harvard University thinks, they can open a branch in Malaysia, or they can open a branch in Singapore, which was not possible in India in the past until this new NEP. Now, the Indian government is in the process of introducing FDI, foreign direct investments, in India. Like, for example, if Liverpool University want to open their courses in Bombay, they can open without having a physical campuses. They can tie up with a particular university and they can run the full courses. The full courses, even they can open a physical universities also in India in the coming years. We take a case of Malaysia. I'll say that in Malaysia there is a city called Johor. There is a city called Johor. I think those who have been to Malaysia or working with Malaysia or working with Singapore government is aware of. The city called Johor. It's a state. It's a state in Malaysia, which is having a border with Singapore. It's just a matter of a bridge. If you cross the bridge, it's Singapore. If you cross the bridge, this side is Malaysia. In that particular Johor city, there is a city. There is an autonomous city created by the state government, where all the foreign universities are having a single campus. If you go to that education city, around more than 9 universities from abroad, mostly from UK, are having their campuses in that particular city. If you go to that city, where you can see 9 universities from other countries, you can register in that particular, the same certification, physical classroom sessions, you can get from UK in Malaysia. Why are they not opening in Singapore the direct universities? Singapore universities are already the superior universities. Even the Malaysia, Singapore and Asian students could not go and afford in UK. They can study in Malaysia. Even the Singapore students, they can cross border and then they can come and study in Johor city. So this is some of the education innovations and policy innovation brought by the Malaysian government. If you're not able to get seat in NUS or NTU, National University of Singapore, Nanyang Technological University or Singapore Management Institution, you can just cross border and travel for 5 kilometers and you can come and study in Liverpool University, you can come and study in UK universities in Malaysia. So this was the education policies and the policy divide and policy bridge is happening in other Asian countries. So if virtual universities comes in India in future, so that's why in 2020 the new education policy also there was an announcement for national digital education architecture for administration, documentation, tracking, reporting, and automation and delivery of education courses and training programs, which could lead to a learning management system. So Indian government is creating this portfolio and creating this platform to make more of a virtual universities. Now I am seeing the ad in my Facebook because since we are in education, the Facebook puts you ad on your wall saying that I think everyone is aware of IIT Madras. So getting seat in IIT Madras, it's tough and difficult. But now IIT Madras started a course in data sciences. So it's a BSc degree, having same exit policy announced by NEP, National Education Policy. Like data sciences and data analytics, you can study for 3 years, but you can exit from 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year. What National Education Policy is suggesting, the same wise, you can exit, and it's a complete online degree. You need not to go to classes. So IIT Madras, which is a big brand in the world, starting an online courses in BSc to cater the needs of students, and there is no limited number of students. N number of students can able to join because it's an online course. And now even I saw the ad in Periyar University. Recent Periyar University is offering an online course in MBA, BA English, and few other courses, actually 4 to 5 courses. 4 to 5 courses. Periyar University is starting online education. So far, previous it's called distance education. Now it's called online education. Distance education, you need not to come to the class. Online education, you will have a face-to-face interaction via online, not in a physical mode like how we are doing in Zoom. The same thing happening. It's going to happen in multiple universities in future based on different degrees. So these are some of the NEP's highlights. So as I said, it was a 5+3+3+4 curriculum structure, and it will start from the age of 3 and it will last until you're 18. So 3 to 8 is your primary, and 8 to 11 is your mid, and your 11 to 14 your high school, and 14 to 18 is your higher secondary. So the Higher Education Commission, like your UGC, and that's going to be vanished, and then like Higher Education Commission of India is going to be formed. And already aware of the NEP, the Education Ministry was under Human Resource Ministry as a department. Like prior, there was a Department of Education. Now, a new Education Ministry has been formed, because in other countries there was an Education Minister, but in India there was no Education Minister. It was only the Human Resource Minister. So now there is an Education Minister in India. So there is an Education Minister in India. So after this NEP came into force, a fully dedicated ministry has been formed. Yes, Madhavi ma'am, I'll just come to your query. So regarding AICTE, it's also based on the policy. As per the new education policy, so the regional languages, for example, Tamil Nadu government passed a resolution, like the Indian government, AICTE, agreed that the regional languages can be taught in engineering. So Tamil Nadu is going to teach in Tamil language in engineering in the near future. Like how it happens in China and Japan and in other countries, they are using in the national languages and using in the regional languages. So India is also coming into force that regional languages can be obtained for engineering also. So prior to that, there was a degree courses has been taught in their own local language. So the Higher Education Commission has been going to set up, and from grade 6 onwards, the internship concepts is going to be introduced in grade 6, and vocational education concept is going to be introduced. I've been to Germany. And I spent around 1 month in Germany to understand the culture education as part of a mission. I've been there for 1 month. So I saw that. I've been to Audi factory. I've been to Ferrari factory. I've been to BMW factories as a guest. So as a guest from India. So we saw that the students, there was a mandatory policy. Every companies should be given internship for high school students with paid stipend. They are getting 400 euros. Each student are getting 400 euros and working in Audi factory. Why the Germany and other countries in Europe, they are not much worrying about their higher education. Like, I want to study PG, I want to study PhD. I see there's a lot of people with only high secondary degree and 1 year diploma and 2 year diploma in engineering. They are working in their respective companies. Even in RD, I can see a lot of diploma holders are studying. After your internship, you can get placed in the similar companies. So that the same policy is now Indian government is trying to do. It's based on your skill set. If you are having 1 year diploma in engineering or 1 year diploma in mechanical or 2 year diploma in mechanical, based on your skill set, the company gonna offer. Even Elon Musk is saying degree doesn't matter. If I find a quality student, I can recruit him. And even the same was suggested by Google CEO Sundar Pichai also. So we're going to offer the employment based on the skill set and not based on the degree. The major companies are coming out by saying they're going to offer based on the skill set. So the exit policies defined by the Indian government is going to work in the coming years based on the recruiters. And there was a regulatory body, an autonomous body called a NEET. It's not medical NEET. It's National Education Alliance for Technology. That was a new autonomous body created just for the technological aspects of the Indian government. So there was a different aspects has been mentioned generally in the education policy. I'm just going to highlight few based on technology. We have 2 chapters in education policy just focusing on technology and AR/VR aspect. I'm just going to highlight that. So the new education policy is recommending technology use and integration. So technology use and integration, colleges like NIT, IGNOU, CIT, NETF will be asked to conducting researches to maximize digital learning and more of a e-content for the students. So e-content means they can access at any time, not as an online classes and regular classes, as some of the professors said in the pre-year. So they can access to e-content so that there'll be no device addictions. Like you need not to sit for 5 hours, 6 hours for your continuous contact classes. So you can sit around in your home and then you can study. So that pilot study is going to be introduced. It's already got introduced in IITs and NITs and also few state institutions. If you are in top 100 of your NIRF, if you get top 100 rank in your NIRF, you will be given priority to start digital courses, degree courses. The last year, as per the last year NEPs and recent Indian government announcement, if you are within 100 of NIRF ranking, National Institute of Framework, so you can given priority to run these courses. So if you are in that universities, you can start approaching your AICTE and UGC to get how you can conduct that kind of a program, so that you can get more admissions and you can get more community participations also. Like tools and methods. So e-learning platforms such as Diksha will be extended for teachers to provide user-friendly interface, like a two-way audio system and video interface. So that kind of a system going to be introduced in the coming years. And digital infrastructure. So there will be a lot of investment comes into digital infrastructure. It will be designed in a way that technology-based solutions do not become outdated. So there will be an updated infrastructure will be given for the people using the digital interface, and training of teachers. So that's the most need of the hour for our India. So because technology is a new normal. So technology is a new normal. Your AR, VR, XR, whatever, it's a new normal. So we have to adapt. But how? 50% of the teachers, I can say, Tamil teachers or English teachers or regional language teachers, or the teachers who is not using much of a technology. Even many of the teachers or many of the students are not aware of MS Office till now. If you take a data, many of the people are not well versed. Many of the people are not well versed with formulas of Excel. Even I am not familiar with formulas in Excel, but I can do Excel. What I need, I take. Even though I don't know fully, but whatever I need to put calculation, tabular columns, diagrams, and etc., so that I am just using that particular platform. So training of teachers in this digital space is much needed to improve your student-teacher engagement through various resources. So that's what the Indian government is trying to do in the coming years, training of teachers. And virtual labs. So Diksha and Swayam is working on setting up virtual lab where students will be practice the theoretical knowledge. So this labs will have tools for improving hands-on experiments and based learning. So I'm just putting in the coming slides. I've given the chapters detailed inputs also, so that you can read. Why I'm not putting picture? At least you can read after the program. Even if you read, you can able to understand, so that I'm just putting big paragraph. So we are not that kind of a person, since it's a theoretical part, so that I'm just putting, so that when the organizers share the PPT, so that it will be useful for you. So if you take a case, AICTE, the last 1 year, what they have done, AICTE, for example, if your university is having an MOU, if your college is having an MOU, with any organization or any NGOs or any corporate agencies, if you submit that MOUs to AICTE, you will receive a mail. For example, that particular organization is receiving a mail saying that the organization can be a direct member of AICTE to offer online internship to students across India. I have received a mail from AICTE stating that they have given a portal, internship portal, and they asked us to register in that with our interest and area of focus and specializations, so that it will be open to engineering institutions across India. And any students, they can go to that particular portal and they can access internships during this pandemic. So it's gonna be new normal in future. Now, for example, India is having thousands of companies. So we are a small organization. AICTE is approaching us also to cater the needs of students in the nearby areas. For example, if I'm living in Vellore or Chennai, the nearby areas, any colleges would like to tie up with us, we are ready to tie up with us. That's what AICTE is suggesting. So AICTE is getting a pool of data from various organizations which can offer an internship, online internship. So I believe that in the digital courses and the digital diplomas and digital degrees Indian government is introducing, this kind of internships will be matched to get the credits to do online internships in the near future. The same will be happening for the regular institutions also to apply for your online internships. If you're suffering from any students are not getting internships in this particular period, try to log in into that particular portal so that your students can directly apply for internships in the particular platforms. So Diksha and Swayam will create this kind of a platform in future. So as some of you asked, Ms. Madhavi and Shaksham, they have asked. So availability of courses in different languages. This is what the recent announcements in the last month by the state and central government is based on the policy recommendations given in the NEP, National Education Policy. Students from rural areas, television radios and community radios will be used to telecast pre-recorded classes in the regional languages. So this will be more convenient for the students to to access the study materials. Even online content will be available for students and teachers in their medium of instruction. For example, in the recent aspects, as you said, any students can learn in the new languages based on the majority of the states which is having most engineering colleges. Now the Tamil Nadu government has introduced, and Kerala government also introduced a digital TV. Like in Tamil Nadu is having Kalvi TV. So Kalvi TV, which is teaching all the subjects within 3 to 6 months. They have recorded. The Tamil Nadu government and Kerala government recorded all the videos taken by the experts, and they're telecasting that particular videos in Kalvi TV so that the rural students can, who's having a cable connection, not having much of a the internet connection, they can access the television and radios. So that is the new interventions created now. The last 1 year, the 10th and 12th subjects of Tamil Nadu government has been mostly taught through the Kalvi TV. Kalvi means education. So that TV, that television to the rural education, so rural participants. So you can access in Tamil. If you are well versed, you can access in English also. There is bilingual is available. Even I saw some of the videos in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. The teachers has been using augmented reality platforms to teach students the basic, even the rhymes, even the pictures for the primary school. The Kerala teacher used augmented reality and brought lion into the classroom. So this kind of a technology intervention is happening at the classrooms because of the new education policy and also the aspirations of the teachers. I think you're aware of online assessment and examination. So that has been a new normal, and digital repository and content creation and dissemination. So like the National Digital Library of India. So there has been a lot of platforms are coming into place where a digital content will be stored and you can access to any time. This will include learning games and simulations, virtual reality and augmented reality. So the standards of online teaching, and there is a blended models of teaching, and there will be a dedicated unit for digital education. For example, if Indian government is teaching environment, there will be a separate environment related body will be on board. So like for digital education, the Ministry of HRD and Ministry of Education is coming out with a separate autonomous dedicated body to make the policy for this digital education in future, policy frameworks, partnerships, and the need of analyzing the needs. It's going to be an autonomous body like NAC. So how we have NAC, so that the digital education unit will be capable of analyzing and doing the policy aspects in the coming years. So whatever I've given as a gist over in the 4 slides, I've just given article wise is 23.1, 23.2, 23.3. It's a detailed involvement and detailed aspects of whatever I've explained in the past. I've just presented over here. So you will have a detailed aspects in this. Like the digital content will be implemented in NCERT, CIT, CBS and NIOS. So they're going to implement this kind of a platform and also upload it in Diksha platforms. So like advancing core artificial intelligence research and advancing international research efforts to address global challenges in healthcare, agriculture, climate change using artificial intelligence. And like universities will aim to offer PhD and master's program in core areas such as machine learning, as well as multiple disciplinary fields like artificial intelligence and professional areas like healthcare, agriculture and law. So this will be in support with Swayam platform. With Swayam platform, there is a lot of new courses going to be introduced in the coming years. So just a fact, like through the NEP, so there was a lot of changes is coming on online on board. So according to UNESCO, in this COVID period, there was 1.37 billion students in 138 countries across the globe has been affected because of the closure of schools and colleges. So nearly 60.2 million school teachers and university lecturers are no longer held in classrooms. So this was a data published by UNESCO. And there was a lot of discussions and a lot of thematic sessions and a lot of bureaucracy things happened after this pandemic, how the online education is going to be and how it's going to be sustainable, how small class students can be accessed, can get this online education accessible. Even the kids in my home, even grade LKG students are getting online education nowadays. I'm not sure what they're going to learn. And the same school I've just consulted, which is running an online education, they are also saying the same aspects. It's your wish. It's your wish. If you want to put them in online education in LKG, you can put them, or you can just put them in homeschooling. And many of my colleagues who believe in action making, who's a change makers, who are the change makers and who believe in their own systems, they are just dropping out schools and they started doing a lot of homeschooling. I'm sure you are aware of the homeschooling concepts. Even if you can put you need not to put your peers and your students in the classroom session until grade 8, and you can directly put them in grade 9 in NIOS platform, National Institute of Open Schooling, which was run by CBSE. It's in again a grade body by the central government. This NIOS, it's a new normal now. If you are not continuing your education in the next 2 years, 3 years, if you're not comfortable with your, for example, if I'm studying maths group in my grade 12, you can't avoid physics, you can't avoid maths, you can't avoid chemistry if you're pursuing maths group. I want to study maths, but I don't want to study physics. I want to study physics, but I don't want to study chemistry. Still, you can pursue that maths group, and then you can choose your subjects in different platforms. I want to study maths. At the same time, I want to study political science. I want to study political science. Same time, I want to study zoology. This is possible in NIOS. In some universities, like CBCS system, choice-based credit system allows the participants to choose different degrees. For example, different subjects. It is happening in European countries. Like you can get a diploma in political science, a degree in political science and masters in business at the same time. You can study masters in business with music and literature as your core subjects. You can study masters in business with petroleum and gas as your specialization. You can study masters in business with sustainable development goals as your specialization. This was possible in European countries, but this is going to happen in India. It's happening in India already. So from the school itself, they're going to start, because it was not available in schools in the past. But now from grade 6 onwards, you can choose your vocational courses, you can choose your skill courses, you can choose your internships, and you can choose your, like NIOS, you can choose your subjects in your classrooms. So like if you're an MBA student, you can choose marketing, HR, or human resource. Likewise, in school also, you can able to choose the same thing. Sorry. So these are some of the detailed explanations given in my previous slides. So, as I said, there is a dedicated unit going to be formed. The center will have experts from different committees, like education, technology, administration, education, e-governance, digital pedagogy, and assessments. There will be different expertise will come into board and will be working on this. So there was a market research in US. So how AR and VR can able to contribute to this virtual policies and contribute to this virtual online education. So Techno Behavior, there's a market research firm, has been predicting that the education market will grow by 20% in 2020, which will be worth of $18 billion in Indian online system. The number of users enrolling in online education may indeed touch 9.6 million users by 2021. It's true because more than 600 plus universities in India, more than thousands of schools in India. So everything comes into online in the coming year. So that even I presume that after the regular classes also, after regular classes going to start in 22 or 23 or 24, this online education will be blended and can be blended. So with our existing education like physical classrooms, this online also will having more than 25% of integration in the regular classrooms, because no university will not want to lose this chance, so that they can able to blend. So in 2016, from 1.6 million user, in 2022 it was 243 billion US dollar worth of market. So 1.6 in 2016, it's touching 9.6 million users in 2021. So this was a data published recently, for the Indian market. So let's come to the VR market. I'm just talking purely business and not any technical aspects. How you can guide your students, and how you can just showcase your students regarding the opportunities available in the market. So I think you are aware of what are the industries VR market is working on, like defense, aerospace, medical, automotive, gaming, retail, education, entertainment. There is a lot of different sectors where the help of VR is in need. You can see the numbers which I've just mentioned. In 2013, Indian VR market generated funds of 7.4 billion, and in 2017 it was 122. It was more than 15 times of a regular structure in just 4 years. Its annual growth is more than 104.24% for that particular period. So more than 15 times its growth was there in the VR market. And some of where the Indian market is going ahead. In 2027, let's say we are in 2021 now. So 2022, let's take 2022, the amusement park and 4D films. So 4D films gonna hit the market through the VR. That's the most percentage. I mean, you can see the next is automotive, retail, transport, and themed attraction part. So in the next, if you come to the slide, so the Indian augmented reality and virtual reality market, you can see the growth. In 2017, it was $222 billion, and in 2021, it was reaching $3,147 million. You can see, even I can't how many times it was. It's more than 10 times. 222 in 2007 to 3,147, and the next year it will be double than that. It is $5,968 billion market is available for augmented reality in India only. Within 1 year, it's been scaling double, 3,147 versus 5,968. That much of a market gonna build for augmented reality. And virtual reality, it's almost the same. Like 69 in 2017 and 2022, it's 557. Again, it's more than, I can say, more than 9 times. So real estate, media, entertainment, automotive, retail, gonna adapt this VR and AR market. So make use of that and then teach your children, teach your students how they're gonna equip. And the other thing is they need not to be more technically strong. For example, I'm a management guy. I'm a management guy and a social entrepreneur and a youth worker, and then let's say a social worker also. But I'm working with VR and AR as a startup company. How I found that this AR and VR going to work I just started 2 years before itself. 2019 itself we have started. So we do a lot of the student exchange programs and youth exchange programs with other countries. Like we work with Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, UK, and mostly the Commonwealth countries. Like 54 countries we have been working with, and we have partner in all the states, all the countries. So we have been working and closely collaborating with various industries. And then I brought the first ever VR equipment in my district. I belongs to Vellore district. So I just came and brought, and then just started a gaming zone and also an education zone, because now we are in industry 4.0. You know what is meant by industry 4.0? So industry 1.0 is mechanization and the introduction of steam and water power. 2.0 is mass production and assembling lines. 3.0 is automated production and IT and robotics. That was in the last 20 years. And 4.0 is like a smart factory, an autonomous system, and IoT and machine learning. It's very smart. Even I visited Germany in 2013. 2013, I visited this Audi headquarters. It's in Ingolstadt. And I think many of your engineering students are going there for internships, and for the industry visits, many of them are going for Germany. If you need any assistance in future, let us know. And in that, I saw that everything was 4.0 in 2004 itself, because there is very less or very less human interaction in that Audi factory. Everything was automated and everything was robot. That was a 3.0. Everything was robot. In 7-8 years before itself, prior itself, they've been ready for 4.0, because only some of the nut bolt screws only has been fitted by the human in the car produced by Audi, and everything was 4.0 in 7-8 years prior itself. But many of the countries are now stepping into 4.0, like Malaysia, Singapore, and many countries are just coming forward. So everyone was worrying about COVID when COVID-19 came, but there was an opportunity for this online market and virtual reality market and augmented reality market. No one was aware of Zoom in 2019. I can say out of 100, only 5%, or I can say only 1 to 2% was using Zoom in that moment. Even I have attended few sessions in 2019 and 18. But in 2020, Zoom was a multi-billionaire. So everything changed with the span of just in 1 month, 2 months. Those who have adapted us early, they've received the success. Within 1 month, 2 months, everyone who has been adapted very early, there was a lot of online trainers came, online marketing came, online real estate came into force, online classrooms, online motivation sessions. I'm sure last year, in the month of April, May, every professor is busy. Each and every professor is busy registering for the online session for the certifications. And every professor is attending 100 of sessions in 1 month. Morning one session, afternoon one session, night one session. Even we ran more than 200 plus sessions. But many of the professors who have been attending the session, even at the start of the session, you will be receiving in the chat box like, sir, when are you posting the feedback link? So when are you posting the feedback link? When are you posting the feedback link? So that was the first question I received from the participants. Why the feedback link? So that they can fill and so that they can receive the certifications. This was a mode. It was in last April, May, but things have been slightly changed. They are not aware of that. The life gonna be for at least for 1 year, 2 years. It's complete online. So what they are now we should do is how we gonna adapt our existing curriculum, our existing structure to the new normal. How are we going to use this VR, AR, AI into the regular stuff? How I am going to teach as an English teacher? How I am going to teach English subject with more interesting facts? How I am going to teach my ECE subjects in the more interesting facts in the coming years? So this was the thing. We need to be strong in the coming years. even after the physical classroom sessions on also, how you're adapting yourself to this new normal, you're going to win in the complete manner in the future years. Because if you know the skill, if you know the skill set, I think I'm sure you know that many of the teachers are losing their jobs now. So if you don't want to lose your job, or if we don't want to be sacked, or if you don't want to be like I don't know anything in the market, so let's start working on. Even you can do a lot of startups in VR, AR. There is a lot of medical stuff is happening in this. Even now, this AR and VR is coming into force for the treatment, like mental disorders, like stroke, and even the COVID also. Seeing your lungs, there was VR method has been used and AR method has been used to just guide the COVID patients. There's a lot of history, a lot of things has been made in the last 1 year. We saw the global market, and I'll just come to the local market. We have just 30 minutes left. I'll just finish as soon as possible. So I'll come to the local market. Local market means VR Hub. So VR Hub is like VR Hub. It's got registered also, registered trademark also. What we have done is my startup actually. So myself and then my spouse and then some of my friends in Malaysia and Singapore, we started together. In Malaysia, we have an office and we have Indian office also now. Last 1 year, we have just launched this in the month of 2019 October. And 2020, we had been reached to maximum schools and colleges within 3 months. That's how we got connected with VIT also, VIT University Vellore. I think Professor Surendran had taken you the class the day before yesterday. So he was in charge of the design department, and we have conducted a few sessions with the design department, English department, and civil department of VIT on this VR with hands-on experience. Hands-on experience means the participants, if we are going to a design department, we use design software. The same VR, we use if you go to the gaming zones, it's completely different. Gaming VR is different, education VR is completely different. You go to gaming zones, there will be physical infrastructure has been given. For example, if you are a shooter, you will be given a rifle. If you are going for a roller coaster, you will be given the roller coaster atmosphere. You will be given only the VR headset. But what we made is we have made VR for both schools, colleges, universities, and labs, and also we have a business like corporate training and making your existing books. If you're having your civil book, or if you're having your mechanic book, or if you're having EC books, we can transform that as a AR books. So AR material. So your participants in your future students, once if you make your if you have an important book in mechanical, you can make that mechanical book as a AR supported book, because once they scan with their mobile device, they can see the diagrams with more closed manner and in depth manner. Seeing a 1D view of the VR, the books, you can using the AR softwares, you can see obviously you can see a complete version of whatever the design you do. You are doing a design in, for example, if you're a visual communication staff, you are doing a design. The same design they can through the VR and AR they can see the 360-degree angle. If you are an architecture department, if you are designing, your every design can be go through the VR machines. That's how you can sell to the client. You can build a full house through VR and let the customer experience your house, whatever the house design you're building. The customer can change. Like you can change this to yellow color. If they put a glass, they can go to the house. They can walk through the house. They can go to the kitchen. They can go to the bathroom. They can change whatever they want. That's how the market is going to happen in the future. And like education, even from the grade 6, grade 7 student, we started running this VR apps and VR education, VR certification courses, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day courses. And we are also setting labs, virtual reality labs in schools. Because now CBSE also started a chapter. CBSE started a chapter on machine learning, data sciences, and VR AR. One chapter from grade 9 onwards. Grade 8, I just noticed from last week, grade 8 started this VR AR subjects from grade 8 onwards, data science. So everything comes very close from school level. So we are just setting up this business at a local. How this thought came up, and now we have advanced because VIT also just started the AR VR center 3 months back after this pandemic, and we have addressed their conferences also. We're going to closely work with VIT universities in the coming years. Even for the management school, business school, you can do HR training, and you can do like human resource training. You can do training and development, and you can assess human resource potential through the VR app. If they put class and if they play a game, we can take out the psychological aspects and psychometric aspect of a particular teacher. For example, if you're a university, if you're running a university, which jobs your students can take, which job market your students can follow. Even up to that, your VR app can able to deliver. Like we have a 14-page report given by the VR app. So once you play the game, based on your mentality, based on your eyeball movement, we can able to get your report. So that's what we are just doing for the last few years. So we just signed an MOU recently with SRM University. We brought the ministers from Malaysia, the Human Resource Development Minister, and we signed an MOU with SRM Ramapuram campus to cater the needs of the dental college, SRM Ishwari, SRM University at Trichy campus. So this signed an MOU, and immediately we just brought the international affairs officers of the university to Malaysia to sign an MOU, and they're going to collaborate for the data science courses. So that's what we are trying to facilitate the partnerships in with the universities and with the foreign governments and foreign universities and technology. So that's how we have been working for various years. So maybe if you like to collaborate on how you can take a call on this and how you take future opportunities on this, we are happy to support. And before winding up, I'll just play a few videos designed by us. Like we designed, here you have my contact numbers and you have my mail IDs. If you can take the recorded videos will be available with Karunya. The presentation also will be available and they'll be sharing. And I'll be showing a few videos before winding up, which we created as per the needs of the consumer and customers and how we are selling it to the market. Then I can open for a few Q&As. One second. I'll just share my screen. So this is a zone which we've created in Vellore district. It's a 3 gaming zone. This is our opening ceremony. It's a very small space. Just a 500 square feet, you can start a lab. This we have given for public access we have given. All it's a high-ended sets. We got HTC Vive, HTC Pro, and now we are just planning for the different handsets, so which been developed. One sec. So I'll be showing some other video also. We've just integrated how we integrated into this technology. We just Even we just started celebrating for birthday parties, corporate events. So, and we have done a launch in VIT also. VIT, yeah. Hope my screen is visible. So this is with the design department of VIT. So we are launching in the design department with the seminar and follow-up for the courses. So the students are designing with their own designs using the VR app. So this was Professor Mr. Surendran invited us to show this hands-on experience. And first time out of this 3 years of the course, the design course which we are studying, this is the first time they've experienced VR. You see, because there was no VR lab available, but they have a VR subject and chapters. They have done an hands-on experience. Once we launched this gaming zone in Vellore, VIT immediately called us and they asked us to come and demonstrate and teach the children on these aspects. So you can see the beauty of this. I'm just passing this video. So the children is drawing, for example, how the future teaching will happen. The teacher can wear the headset. The teacher can wear the headset and they can connect it to the big screen so that 200 students or 300 students or 100 students or all the classroom students can simultaneously listen to what's happening. For example, if I am a biology teacher, I want to teach a human cell or human parts to the students. Rather teaching in a book, I can wear the glass, I can wear the headset, and I can touch the part, I can lift the part, I can draw heart, I can draw eye. More than 5,000 parts are there in the software, the biology software we have. So that 5,000 parts you can teach individually. Even for the medical students, it will be more apt to learn. So for each and every students, we have the different platforms. If you want to go directly into the subject, and through AR, you can transform your all books into AR applications, so that the children can go home, they can use their mobile, they can just do this aram se, and you can develop your own AR apps. If you want any assistance to transform your books, your curriculums, anything, so definitely we can support in future. So he's doing a hands-on design. Likewise, anything you can do. You can teach history, you can teach commerce, you can do human resource training, and you can teach Tamil, and you can practice. Like you can say, for example, you can speak to 3,000 audience, 4,000 audience using VR, so that you can address your fear factor. I hope my screen is still visible. Is my screen visible now? Now also. Someone respond, please. Okay, I'm just playing this video. So this is a biology teacher in a school. She is just viewing the bone, the human parts, anatomy of the human. You can take any parts from brain, heart. You can do whatever you want. and with your hands. Even I have a VR machine right now in my room. This is my small office in my room. So we have the facility in my room. So this is a small video experienced by teacher. Now I'll just share a very important. Video how it can be commercialized in the business platform also. Sorry. So it was a testimonial given by VIT
Today's
Business
inaugural
School.
day of VR Hub are totally a new concept in Vellore in the space of education, both for school kids as well as for college-going students, and also for corporate training program, the management development programs, as well as there are adventure sports. Usually today's kids are more technologically efficient. So it seems to me as a professor of VIT Business School that I find the kids in the classroom more attuned to learn in their own way during their own time. So VR Hub, Mr. Dinesh Gajendran and Mrs. Srinidhi Gajendran, they have harnessed this concept, the new concept of virtual reality brought in the education space. I being their well-wisher, I always used to value the entrepreneurial spirit they have. It will be a great occasion for the school kids to take part in all these activities. A laboratory outside the school in their own time in the virtual reality world. They have a fantastic, phenomenal plan to scale up when they will be taking up corporate training program in a huge way. And they have packaged these programs in a very affordable way, so that even the people from lower income group can come here and really get this valuable education. I wish Dinesh and Srinidhi and VR Hub and all the staffs here a very, very bright future. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just show the small video of how we have launched a product launch by the Minister of Entrepreneurship in Malaysia. This is a Minister of Entrepreneur in Malaysia putting his VR headset and launching an expo.
Wow! Clap everyone! Round of applause.
Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Young Bro.
So the minister is going to space and launching the poster is called Malaysia Technological Expo, participated by various ministries and education institutions. So he's going into space and then he's stepping into space and then he's launching the poster. I mean the opening ceremony of a particular conference in the expo. So we have created this and it was received very warm welcome by the ministry. And out of that, after we receive funds from the ministry to just teach VR education to the grassroots level, we have received more than $1 million amount per workshop. Per one-day workshop, we received more than 1 lakh worth of Indian money to teach in Malaysia. So each and every state now is hosting a conference. Each and every state is doing a one-day conference for the children. So this is what we are just trying to do, and this is what we are just trying to do. So even a small entrepreneur even a small startup, even your students can do a small scale of entrepreneurship using this VR. If he is very capable of bringing partnership and resources, which is more apt so that he can build and become an entrepreneur also. Even he is not technologically sound, so he can able to be a management guy and they can do a difference in the community. And we are also using this VR and AR stuff to contribute for the community development also. So through my NGO and through my organization, we are taking the same thing to the grassroots and making people to experience this at the grassroots as first-hand experience. And even if you don't ask any student out of 100 students, we ask how many students experienced VR, and only five students or 3 students. That too in a mall or in a corporate houses or in a cinema theaters, they would have experienced a small VR setup. But this will be the pixels, and this whatever the teaching is you're doing, if you do through this, it'll be more of an opportunity. So it's very small thing. Even a small teacher can be a big change maker in the community. So in all the workshops, I used to end with a quote like, be a hero, always say, I have no fear. So this is what the thing which we have been personally following since we are working with young people. So we just say this to ourselves. So be a hero, nayaganaga iru, always say, eppozhudum kooru, I have no fear. எனக்கு எந்த விதமான பயமும் கிடையாது அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. So thank you so much for Karunya for the opportunity, and thank you for all the passionate listener. I'm sure this will be the kind of deviation from the last 5 days, the workshop which I've been attending in a technical space, and looking forward to work with you in the future and to work with Karunya if any need and demand arise. So thank you so much.
Definitely, sir. We will collaborate in future also. Thank you. Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can raise the questions to our resource person.
If you have questions or if you have feedback, you can raise your hands.
Jabasingh sir is here. Jabasingh sir, is there any question from your side? Aarti ma'am, do you have any questions? Aarti ma'am is here.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much for introducing such bright people and so much, I can say, genius in their own world, and informative as well as educated us throughout those 5 days. And thank you, Dinesh sir, for giving a comprehensive information about everything, starting from like how one can utilize AR, VR in one's own domain, as well as utilizing national repositories or national archives or national some organizations which are there by the government of India, as well as it was all comprehensive. And it's like, it's, I can say, like, you can come out with one booklet kind of thing with this information, or online digital information along with your AR and VR. And I would like to ask you that how can I, as a designer, can collaborate or can be a part of your, you can say, Audacity, your company, I can say, Audacity Dream, Audacious Dream.
Audacious Dreams.
Audacious Dream. So,
yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inputs and your wishes. Actually, since we have been working with like this institutions, we have been working with many institutions globally and internationally and at the grassroots level also. Like we do sign an MOU with institutions, which is no financial demands, no financial things, and it's based on the inputs and based on the interest of the institutions. We frame and we bring, for example, we bring people, we bring resource persons, we bring resources. Like SRM University, as I said, an example of sharing. We brought a minister from abroad to India, and then we took around 40 plus students from India to abroad for the youth exchange and student exchange program and learning. So based on the institution needs and demands, if they want partnerships, if they want promotions, or if they want affiliations, or if they want accreditations for the certification courses, so something like that, we are open. We are working on a 360-degree based. For example, if through this VR, we worked with the English department also, and civil department also, design department also. So based on the different needs of the participants and needs of the institutions, we bring the particular resources. They want to work for NAC, so we try to help with them. The NAC need like international collaborations, international exchanges, and what are the 7 pointers of NAC. So something like that, we are just trying to work on the needs and demands of the institutions. We open with any departments. There is no specific stuffs.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from our participants? Okay, sir. It's the time for winding up this morning session. Actually, the two of them raised the hand. Let me see quickly, sir. Regina Mol, ma'am. Regina Mol, ma'am, you can ask question.
Good afternoon, sir. The session was really good. Sir, according to NEP, are they allowing interdisciplinary PhD currently according to NEP?
I guess so, but it's already available. The interdisciplinary research is already available in PhD. You need to work with two particular departments. In already, even with the National Institute of Importance, it's available.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, any more questions from our participants? Jagat Singh sir is here. Okay, sir. I think there is no more questions from our participants. We will wind up this session. Dear sir, Dinesh Gajendran sir, we have this session with you for the 2 hours. It's very useful for us. The content delivered from you is very informative, and it is very useful regarding the national policies of the national educational policies of India. So everything you have detailedly given. So in future also we will tie up with you for the collaborative in terms of seminars, workshops, and conferences. Thank you once again, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Looking forward, and thank you all the participants. Been passionately listening for the last 5 days. I know how it's been difficult to listen and sit in for the continued 5-6 hours. Thank you so much, and appreciating Karunya for taking excellent initiative and need of the hour and very particular topics. So thank you so much, and looking forward, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Dear faculty friends and our participants, this is the last day. The 14th session is completed. Afternoon is the test followed by the valedictory. So many of them asking the feedback. Actually, the feedback of the session is given after the valedictory. So after the test, okay, the test is at 2:30. As per the norms, there is 30 questions are there. So the test will be sharply start at 2:30. 35 minutes is given for the test. There is some option is there. You can have a reference, anything. You have the materials also. 35 minutes given for the test, and followed by the test. You have the valedictory section. sharply at 3:30. And then during that, you can give your valuable feedback also. And one more thing, in AICTE web portal, you can find the feedback. So there also you have to compulsorily fill it off. So that is mandate. And also today the test is also mandate. So please don't miss the test and complete the test within that time. It is a 35 minutes. And if you have any clarifications or doubt, you can ask to me or else the coordinator team.
Sir, can you send the AICTE feedback link, sir? Because once we,
ma'am, actually,
if we can copy and paste the link, it will be useful.
Ma'am, it will be available in the each of your login.
In our login, okay, sir.
Yeah, in your respective login, the feedback link will be there. So what only we not providing that link. So if you go to our AICTE-ATAL ATAL portal, you can find the login page. You have already registered. You can please get into your login. You can find our program. There you can find the link for submitting the feedback. So the mean feedback and the test is the mandatory component. And I hope everyone enjoyed the all 14 sessions. It is without you people, it cannot be done. So we have the good number of participants. We have the good interaction between the with resource persons. We have shared the knowledge. It is very excellent during in this pandemic situation also. Ma'am, Aarti ma'am, the test is at sharply 2:30. I hope I have conveyed all the information to you. If you have any queries, I will answer for you. It is open for you. If you Shashank?
Sir, there's a question sir is asking regarding the PPT materials.
Yes, sir. Actually, we have shared all the content through the G Drive, and it has been given access for your registered mail. If you cannot able to access the content from the G Drive, you can please put a Gmail account. So I will give the access immediately right now. So if you those of them having this type of problem in accessing problem of G Drive content, please put your Gmail to me. So I will give immediately the access from my G Drive. So anyway, participants and our faculty friends, we will provide all the contents to you, and also we will provide the 4-day YouTube live link also. So you have the video link and also the materials to you. So it will be really useful for your future research and also for references.
Martin sir, one query is there.
Yes, sir.
Whether we will have to, whether the participants have to log in to Zoom in order to attend the exam.
It's actually if they actually we are putting timer, ma'am. We are putting timer in the Zoom for the test for your reference, 35 minutes. So once you given the question link to you, so we will start the timer. So it's for 35 minutes. So you can have the reference material. You can complete within a time. So you can join in the 2:30. Once you complete, you can have some break and you can rejoin at 3:30. I hope that
Hello.
I have. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Shilpa, ma'am, you can.
Yeah. On the same link, we have to log in for the exam.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Same link, and then in chat box at 2:30, the test link will be given.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So, any other queries from the participants you can ask. Thank you, Rajendra Kumar sir, for your nice comment. Thank you, Lomi sir, for your.
Martin sir.
Jabal Singh sir, please tell sir.
Sir, I didn't get the link for the materials. I didn't get the mail at all.
Sir, I will give the share link sir to you.
Okay, to my mail, sir.
Yes, sir. You can put your mail ID here, sir. I will give the chat link.
Okay, I'll put it in the question answer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, due to power cut, I just missed one information that like where I need to log in for the test, sir.
Ma'am, at 2:30 sharply, in our Zoom link itself, we will provide the test link in chat box.
Great, sir. Great,
yes,
sir.
ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, any more queries you can ask?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So a lot of people are saying like they have not received any materials.
Shasham, can you please ask them with the mail and please collect them and you can put it to me so that I will give share option to them.
Okay, sir, sure.
If you collect with them Gmail account means it is good, so that
yes,
I will give immediately the access.
Yes, sir.
Radha Balu ma'am, the feedback is not available right now. So at the end of the valedictory function, we will provide you the feedback. Yes, ma'am, Kartika ma'am, we will provide you the link of that alone. You can use that link. It will be directly go to the YouTube. So the video content will be provided in the notepad file or the Excel file. You have the link. You can click on it means you will directly go to YouTube. Dhanasekar sir, do you have any clarification? You have raised the hand.
Sir, Gangadhari sir.
Yeah,
sir?
yeah, Gangadhari sir, please tell, sir.
Sir, in ATAL website, attendance is not, I think, is not there,
Yes, sir. Yes,
ATAL.
sir. Yes, sir. But by today, in a couple of days, we will update everything.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. One more question, sir.
Yes,
sir, that material, PPT material, I'm not yet received, sir, in mail.
Okay, sir, you can provide your Gmail account to that. So one of our team members, Shasham, is taking all collectively the emails. So we will provide you the share content option for access that G drive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I have shared my mail in the question and answer section, sir. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Shasham? Shasham Sharma?
Yes, sir. I'm taking it down,
yeah,
sir.
Yeah. You can please take it down collectively. Don't miss any mail. So in QA option also they have posted some mails. So that also please take. So especially the Gmail account. Gmail account means it will be quickly go. So if other domains means sometimes it's not have some option to go.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Yeah, Alex sir, thank you for your cooperation. Shasham, thank you. And some more people raise the hand. I will check.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am having the same problem, sir. I didn't receive that material, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Put on my Gmail ID.
Yes, ma'am. Please put your Gmail ID here in chat box.
Okay,
our
sir.
team members are collecting all the account. So that
because while submitting the feedback form, I given my official ID, that is webmail, sir.
Yes,
so that only it's not, I'm unable to get the materials. So anyway, I'm sharing my mail ID in the chat box, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dear faculty friends and our participants, so when you're giving your mail ID, if you give Gmail account, means it will be quickly accessible from my Gmail account. So if other domain means sometimes it is have some restrictions. So if you please provide your Gmail account, it is good.
Sir,
Ma'am, please tell ma'am.
sir, the test link will be posted here, or we need to go and check in the ATAL Academy, sir?
No ma'am, no ma'am. The test link will be provided here ma'am.
Okay, sir. So we need to be here for the valedictory, and by 2:30 we'll be posting the link over here, and we need to complete the test, and we need to join for valedictory. Is it right, sir?
Valedictory. Yes ma'am, yes ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Thank
And
you.
regarding the material, it will be posted in our respective mail ID, which we have given here in the question link.
Yes ma'am, yes ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sir.
Shashank, almost all mail IDs collected?
Yeah, sir, almost done.
Yes, then you can share it in our WhatsApp group so that I will enable them to access that G drive. Alex sir?
Yes, Madhu sir, I'm here.
Yes sir. Sir, afternoon 2:30 we will sharply
All right, yeah.
conducting the test.
Okay.
I told Wesley sir to coordinate.
Sure. Okay, sir.
So if you have any other work, you can plan accordingly.
Okay, sir. We will do that.
So I will call you also, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Lalita ma'am, the feedback of this session will be at after the valedictory. So this last 14th session feedback is not circulated. So this feedback session will be given after the valedictory function.
Sir, the 14th session is officially over, sir. Can we leave, sir?
Sir, during the valedictory, we will take photos, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Shasham Sharma, almost a Gmail account, every email collected?
Yeah, sir. So just give me 1 minute.
Okay. So don't miss any of the Gmail, sorry, the mail IDs.
Yeah, sir, it's done, sir.
You given in where? WhatsApp or?
Sir, I've taken it down, sir. Now I'll just type it and I'll send it to you, sir.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, sir.
So, dear faculty members, good afternoon. We have got around 105 participants now. We will wait for 3 to 5 minutes so that others can also join. We will distribute or circulate our link within 5 minutes. Please bear with us. Thank you. For your information, we will be showing a Google timer. The duration of the test will be around 35 minutes. So the timer will be working. You can view it in the screen. And in the chat box, we will be circulating the link for the test. It will be an MCQ, multiple choice question exam. So it will be having a duration of 35 minutes. So we'll be start this test within 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, dear faculty members, for your information, we have some more participants to join the Zoom meet. So, we are trying to, bring them too. When the maximum participants arrive, we'll be starting the test and we'll be circulating the link in the chat box. Kindly bear with us. We shall wait for 2 more minutes. Sorry for that. Thank you. Okay, faculty members, we are about to start the test. Yes, Wesley, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, I think it's time to share the link.
Okay, 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 sir. I will post now.
I shall share the Google timer. So the duration of the test will be 35 minutes. A Google timer will be there in your screen. You can view that. Please inform me when the link is circulated. Wesley, sir, please.
Sir, it is posted.
Yeah, thank you. So you can Dear participants, you have got around 6 more minutes to complete the test.
Hello, Wesley, sir. Wesley, sir. Sir, actually, there have one call with Alex and another student. Sir, tell sir.
Wesley, sir? Martin, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shall we wind it up?
Yes, sir. Almost 5 minutes we have given extra.
Yeah. Martin, sir, I am facing some problem with internet. I shall leave now. I shall join back within 1 minute.
Yes, 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 sir. Dear faculty friends, afternoon session, after post lunch session, we had the assessment test. I hope all 14 sessions are very useful. So I hope everyone completed the test, and a few of our faculty friends have been requested to extend the time. So we have extended up to 10 more minutes. So please quickly complete the test, and mostly that is the details will be circulated after the valedictory, and the feedback session also sent after the valedictory. So if you have any queries or any doubts, you can ask to me. So it's the time for valedictory session also. So I will in a couple of minutes we will connect with our head of the department also joining. After the feedback, during the report of the faculty development program, we have the photography session. So at that time, please, in a couple of seconds, please enable your video. We have the snapshot of all your videos. Anyway, even then it is recording in the YouTube. Please enable your video at a few seconds so that we will take a snapshot. So at the end of the report of faculty development program, we will request you to enable your video. At that time, please enable your video for a second. So we have photography.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Chandy, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The validity note yaar kudukra?
HOD, sir.
Oh, no problem.
Gilbert, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Martin, the video is necessary?
Now not, sir. At the end of the session, we want the video session. So the total...
Like, can I do the welcome address without video? Audio is sufficient, huh?
Just while you doing welcome address alone, you can enable your video, sir.
You will enable, huh?
Sir, you only able to enable. Actually,
Yes,
in your...
that option, barely, that option is not there.
Sir, I'm also finding the same problem. Martin, sir?
Okay. One minute, sir. I will...
Sir, start video nu irukku parunga, adha click pannunga. Sandy sir.
Adu vandu sir, I have tried, but it's not working. I don't know.
Options illa.
Wesley, sir, can you please try once for a second?
Sir, for me, my webcam is not there, sir.
All right, sir. All right. Yeah, Merlin Gilbert, sir, is okay with the video, but
HOD, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Nirmal, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon. Wait a minute, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Aaron.
Martin sir, it's fine. Ready. Martin sir, it's audible.
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Okay, I am ready, sir. You can start at any time. Okay.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
be
Yes,
waiting.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Nirmal, sir. Sir, actually, for few of them, the video option is not enabling. So our computer operator team has been enabling that option. So what only it will be there. Yes, sir.
All right, sir. We
Yes, sir.
wait for some time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks, sir. Good evening, HOD sir, Nirmal sir. Good evening, Amit sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Abraham Chandy sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
And good evening, Gilbert sir. Let us start, sir. Alex sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, I'm finding it's some problem with Zoom since I cannot connect the camera. So I think it will be okay. Okay. So my dear faculty members, dear respected HOD, coordinators of the event, and other technicians. For the past 4 to 5 days, we have been learning and hearing a lot about augmented reality and virtual reality and other tools that can be used in AR and VR. In fact, I would like to point out mainly, an exact point. Yes, we have got a lot of knowledge, and all the knowledge will not be, will be, of course, will be used in the near future, but got really excited on how to build relations and rely on each other for collaborations. And I was really excited to see how we work together on a particular event, on a particular topic, even in online. And I was really enchanted to see how we respect each other differences and how we are working together for a super course. So I'm really super happy regarding the FDP, and we will move on to the validity function. In the beginning, I would like to invite Dr. Abraham Chandy, the Associate Professor of Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Carino Institute of Technology Science, for welcome address. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's my privilege and honor to offer the welcome address during this validity function of 5 days FTP program. First of all, I would like to welcome our respected HOD, Dr. Nirmal, who is the convener of this FTP program, and a man of vision and focus, who is always encouraging such kind of activities in our department. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Alex Matthew, the moderator of this FDP program, who is a source of support, a great support in organizing this FTP program. Next, I would like to welcome our department faculty colleagues. Last but not the least, all the participants from various states of India who have joined this FTP program and made it a great success. So even though it is a time to say goodbye or farewell to each other, I hope the learning, the interactions and discussions and the contacts which our participants made through this FTP program will continue for a betterment for each other. So with this, once again, I thank each one of you for participating in this FTP program. Have a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Next is the turn of Dr. K. Martin Sagayam. I must say he has put a lot of effort in conducting the program in such an effective manner. Even the coordinators in the group used to get calls from him even at night 1 or 2 in order to discuss the next day's schedule. So I welcome Dr. Martin K. Sagayam to deliver the report for the FDP. Please, sir.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. First of all, I will thank our HOD, Dr. D. Nirmal sir, for giving fullest support and all kind of needs for this program. And I will brief about report on FDP program on roles of augmented reality and virtual reality in real-time application from 7th to 11th June of 2021. On behalf of the coordinator team members, I would like to brief about details of the FDP. The total registered participant of this program is 199. Out of 199, regularly 130 plus participants has attended regularly, and FDP has totally 14 sessions. Out of 14 sessions, 13 technical sessions and 1 session is general about new virtual educational policies in India. It has 35% of fundamental theoretical concepts that are delivered from various academicians from reputed organizations, and 65% of hands-on training and live demonstration is carried out from various academicians from reputed organizations and industrial experts. This FDP may be useful in future for developing projects using the software development tools such as Unity 3D, Uporia, Blender tool, Postpace, Wikitude, and some of the open source tool which is mentioned in the FDP program. I think this FDP program is really really useful for all and informative to every participant. Everyone in this program is cooperated well during this online session, and it not stop here. Still, it will be explored more through our Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karunia Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. In future program also, we all collaborate with all institutes, organizations, and industry. So be safe and be happy. Thank you very much. I hand over to Alex.
Okay, sir. Thanks a lot. Next is the valedictory note by Dr. D. Nirmal. In fact, we have a leader. I have really wondered on how he carry out things in such a perfect manner. Even though he was really busy with his busy schedule, he has been providing prompt decisions in prompt time in the prompt way. So thanks a lot, sir, for coming for the valedictory function. I invite Dr. D. Nirmal, the HOD of Department of Electronics and Communication, Karunia Institute of Technology and Sciences, for valedictory note. Please, sir. Thank you.
Alex, right. First of all, I would like to thank all the faculty from this institute across India. I'm able to see your enthusiasm there in the discussions and the feedbacks, which I often ask the organizers to get a feedback. Each and every session, probably they have updated with the feedbacks. That's a really good sign for me also to get in connection with you. In fact, I wanted to join with the team and attend to the program. But due to other commitments during this week, I'm not able to join. Right. Basically, from the semiconductor background and the architectural and the design, we work on that. Myself personally, I'm working in that area, VLSI, nanoelectronics, and that kind of architectural designs and implementations and fabrication aspects and other things. We used to have some kind of applications there in AR and VR. Okay, how the architecture is going to link with AR and VR. Okay, what is the compatibility of that architectures? Whether the technology node of 2 nanometer can be that much effectiveness to compute that and produce it. What is the bandwidth of memory? Okay, such kind of analysis probably we do. Okay, I'm not going to take a technical session as it's now. I just wanted to place my record. This is a good session, probably a good technical session. It was conducted by various scientists and researchers. I'm able to see a few industrial delegates as well as the talk. Okay, that's a good sign. And also, I would like to congratulate the entire team. I hope it has been done systematically. The time is followed clearly from the feedback which I have received. One or two small hiccups here and there in the online notes, and the other way it has went on very well. Okay. I congratulate all the participants. I hope all the participants will receive your certificates. I understand you have completed your assessment. Okay, assessment went on well. I hope you have learned many things. I'm very clear on one point. Is actually a hands-on session. Okay. Whenever I go for some kind of a talk or some kind of a lectures. Sometimes it is 2 days or 3 days program. We should know for the importance of a hands-on and the applications. Okay, the applications linking with the real time, what we do and how we live and other things. Actually, I am completely pleased with the request which I have given to the organizers. They have taken that and they have executed well. That's what my understanding. I hope I am going to get some feedback from you also later, probably. As a head of the department, I thank personally all the organizers, okay, starting from the coordinators and also the technicians and the office assistants, okay, everybody. Okay, I would like to say Martin sir, Abraham sir, Amir sir, Merlin Gilbert sir, and also from CTC, okay, and Wesley sir, okay, moderator Alex Matthew, all has done their work good. Okay. I'm not going to take much of the time here because I wanted to give my point. I have given my point very clearly to the participants. One request to the participants: stay connected with us. Okay, we have a good teams there, and as I said, okay, devices, circuits, systems, okay, that developments, fabrication aspects, okay, antenna systems, IoT, we have good in the embedded system developments. If you like to have some kind of collaboration as a faculty members, it's always welcome to our university. You can have our collaborations. This kind of a faculty development program actually energizes more on collaboration. Last time I attended a program there, one of the colleges from Kerala. There some discussion happened and we started working in particular area and going that is a good research work. Okay. And also academic collaboration. We started doing some academic collaborations to develop further. Okay. Connections is very important. I hope you will make this as a connectivity background too. Your research, your collaborations, and your academics, then your professional developments. All these things probably you can take it forward from this faculty development program. I wish the very best for your future. You'll be doing the best there in the future. Anytime, any support from my end, it's always welcome. I am ready to support in all aspects from the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karnataka Institute of Technology and Sciences. You can write to me there all the times your feedback. Apart from your feedback, you can write to me at hod_ec@karunya.edu and other, okay, because as a department, if you want to share something to us, probably you can write to us. Okay, thank you so much. It's now time for the others to have your feedbacks and other things. Over to Alex. Alex, I have done with
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, Nirmal sir, for your inspiring talk. Now, I welcome our dear participants to give, feedbacks. We are really eager to hear from you people. Since it's it's an online session, we couldn't really interact, much with you people. So, if from the part of participants, could you somebody please come forward and give us a feedback, please. Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Participants there. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are.
Yeah, very well.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. I am Dr. Syed Mohammed, Department of CSE from Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. So I have attended many more FTP in online and offline mode also. So this is an important FTP because you have arranged such a way that is a very professionalism, and at the same time that is the order of this each and every session is very nice. It's looking very nice. Similarly for the organizing committee members and particularly for the coordinators, and you have mentioned the highlights. So all the things you have covered in this our FTP. And as ATAL is already taken this a good effort and a good initiative for our Indian professors, particularly for our teaching that is faculty members. We got this a lot of the knowledge sharing also we are getting. So this is one of the important FTP I would like to mention. And apart from that, why I attend this FTP, there is one interesting story just I want to mention here. 2 months before, I have invited for the one webinar from our Crescent with this our Martin. Martin has given one webinar presentation to our CSE student. So at the time I have listened all this presentation. At the time only I that is more interested in this AR/VR because usually I am in the soft computing and other field, but that's the reason only I have attended. And first I thank to all the our organizing committee members and HODs and the management of Karuna University. Thank this opportunity to share this our participants' feedback. And everything is very nice, and I appreciate all these team members, particularly for Martin as continuous effort. And thank you. And last, would like to mention one more point. The registrars are, that is Eliza Blessing, is one of my friend. That is my, please share these wishes to registrars also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Said sir, for your good words. We are really happy to hear more from you. Yes, anybody from the participants, please come forward and give us a feedback, please.
Sir, good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Sure, sir. Sure,
yes,
you can.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Kadireshan, Assistant Professor in CSE Department from Jaisharam Engineering College, Tirupur. This 5 days FDP program, it was very informative and valuable one. I have learned a lot of new techniques on augmented reality and virtual reality through this program in virtual environment, that is through online, during this pandemic situation. The knowledge of all the sessions, presenter was totally amazing. Their way of presentation and demonstration was superb, a really appreciable one. I thank organizing committee of EC department for conducting this wonderful FDP. Also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. K. Martin Sagayam sir for continuous follow-up of participants and fulfill the needs. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, Kadireshan sir. Yes, anyone more, please?
Aarti ma'am?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to say this is my, I can say, first FDP while I joined Manav Rachna, and after years, I worked with Symbiosis. So, but this kind of FDP I have never attended. First of all, I would like to thank Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences and Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering for holding and hosting such a wonderful webinar, can say FDP program. It was a combination of workshop, come experiential learning, come hands-on experience, plus nice lectures by the mentors of industry and the academics. I would like to say that it was really nicely woven, these 5-day session, as I felt as a part of Karunya Institute and Karunya Institute's electronics department, as it was nicely woven from learning model to today's business model. It has a varied kind of spectrum shown, as well as shared and mentored and taught. And I can say that it was, I hope I'm audible enough. It's not. Okay.
Yes.
So, so I would like to say that though I always heard here and there AR and VR, we recently, not recently exactly, in 2019, we had our 50 years celebration at IIT Bombay IDC department. So we had hands-on experience with VR. It is on Ajanta Ellora by one of our professor and one of my junior and batchmate, and now he is a professor over there. So it was there, but still so many queries, so many questions, so many answers to be given to ourselves, and so many things to explore. So this was the wonderful platform, I must say, given it to every possible person who is like, having a different kind of expertise as well as the subject and different domain. Like I'm a designer and somebody must be an engineer or somebody must be an architect. So it covered almost all, though keeping it given the information about technical information, yet keeping it simple. I really feel great, as well as I'm feeling good about your institute handling such a wonderful FDP, and I'm looking forward to have more FDPs on a better on a higher and something more on this field as well as other field, which is due to technology, advent of technology. We are coming across such gadgets and some technology, certain technologies. So thanks again for Dr. Martin, Dr. Nirmal, Dr. Alex, Dr. Madeline, and to whomsoever I have just forgotten the name. So I want to thank you all, and thanks to all participants, and thanks to all the mentors for giving such information and sharing wonderful information. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there anyone else who would like to continue?
Good evening, sir. This is Gangadhari from Velamal Engineering College, Department of EC, sir. Hello. So am
Yes,
I
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir. I want to tell few things, sir. First of all, the nice topic selection, sir.
Thank
Actually, nice topic selection. Second one, the resource person selection, sir. Actually, it went on well, sir. Resource persons, they teach lot of things, sir.
Yes.
Before attending this workshop, I'm not having any knowledge about AR and VR. Now I have learned a lot. And this is the second workshop I am attending in Karunya Institute of Technology, sir. Actually, previous semester I have attended wearable devices.
Okay.
And this semester also I am attending this one, sir. It went on well. And I thank Martin sir and Matthew sir for wonderful arrangement. And the Karunya Institute management also, I'm thanks, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible.
Yeah. Namaste, dear organizers and participants. My name is Radish. I am from Indian Naval Academy, Erimala, Kannur district of Kerala state. I use this feedback session to express my deep-rooted gratitude to the organizers, Dr. Martin Sagayam and his team members, for arranging such a wonderful faculty development program. The research the team has made to choose a topic which is at and need of the hour is to be appreciated and encouraged. I do it, sir. It was a wonderful topic. The wisely chosen session, time and effort expended for identifying and bringing in right and eminent personalities in this area, that too from both academia and industry, has made each session inclusive, informative, and very interesting. I have no hesitation to say loudly that this program has taken every participant to the new vistas or new horizon of AR and VR technology and the numerous possibilities the technology offers in this time of pandemic and in future. In addition to the transfer of learning, as Dr. Karunagaran, the professor of IIT Mumbai, has stated in his inaugural session, this platform has given opportunity to all of us to know the eminent personalities in this field and the progress, the change AR/VR is making and about to bring to the society. The coordinators' effort to include hands-on session on AR/VR development and deployment using various tools is laudable and requires cheerful and thunderous applause. I thank the coordinators, Dr. Sagayam, and his very efficient and effective team, namely Dr. Abraham Chandy, Dr. Amir Andon John, Dr. Merlin Gilbert Raj, and Dr. Alex Matthew for introducing this topic to us. That too, through the best and the right personalities in this field. I am very happy, sir, and I take home many valuable lessons. Thank you, dears. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible? Good evening, sir. I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I am Regina from Nehru College of Engineering and Research Center, Kerala, Thrissur, Kerala. I take this opportunity to express immense gratitude to AICTE-ATAL and Karunya University for organizing FDP on virtual reality and augmented reality. To be true, I am new to VR and AR. I joined this FDP to learn VR and AR. This FDP has made me to learn VR, AR in an effective manner. I am really thankful to each one of you for arranging such an FDP in which a newcomer, a fresher, can had a very good experience in learning VR and AR. I believe all the participants must have gained knowledge and hands-on experience in VR and AR. Various technologies, apps, applications on VR, AR are made known to us by eminent resource person. I thank all the resource person for their effective delivery of all these sessions rendered to us. The sessions delivered by resource person are extremely excellent, sir. They interacted with the participants was really excellent. And some knowledge on national education policy is also been explained. That's also a good attempt. The coordinators coordinated the program very well on timely and neatly basis. All the lecture materials are made available to us, which will enable us to learn the topic in an effective manner in the future course. Thank you, sir, for all your valuable approach. I thank all the coordinators, organizers, IT support, resource persons, as well as our AICTE-ATAL for giving this golden opportunity. The FDP is really valuable and informative. Once again, I am thanking one and all. I thank the Lord Almighty for showering His bountiful blessings on all of us. Thank you, sir. Wishing you all success in all the endeavors. Stay safe, stay happy. Let us be connected. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Like,
Good
sir,
afternoon,
we
sir.
can go with the last one probably now.
Yes, sir.
Because we can get our feedbacks later. Probably everybody will be having their own schedule too.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting here because
yes.
probably last one person. Then we can get a feedback and other sides can be given to others.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So any other feedback?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. David Chandra, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, and this is my first FDP after I'm joining assistant professor in Satyabama University, and this FDP gave me more knowledge and informative things, and actually it helped me to in futuristic it will be a bigger informative FDP, actually a good learning. And I would like to thank everyone whoever worked in this organizing this FDP. And I would like to thank Karunya Institute and sir, and especially Martin sir, Alex sir, and all the others, those who have worked, who made it everything possible. And you have done extraordinary work. It cannot be exposed in words actually. You made it, you given all the things in a professional way, and the resource persons whoever have taught us and was did the webinar, they are into the work to have share their knowledge actually. So I would like to thank everyone and participants also, those who are attending the FDP. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Basically, myself, Vijay K. Jadeja. I basically from Gujarat, Ahmedabad. Sir, thank you very much. I was looking forward to this FTV for a week. It is exceeded my expectations. I was really happy that even with this having some experience in AR and VR, I learned a lot of things from the workshop of FTP. I found this FTP really helpful. One of the most enjoyable and informative session I have ever attended. Thank you for organizing and very spacious thank to great speaker. I have learned how to roll up AR and VR in real-time applications and how to make sure my problem is efficiently stated. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you.
Shashank, we will
Yeah.
go ahead with
Thank
the
you.
next.
Thank you, one and all, for your valuable feedback. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Martin Gilbert Raj, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences, for the vote of thanks. Welcome, sir.
Gilbert sir, you can unmute. Gilbert sir.
Sir, actually you're muted, sir.
Yes, sir. Gilbert sir.
Sir, probably you can make a call to him.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, now he has unmuted. Thank you.
So good evening, all of you. I have a long list this evening to thank everyone for this program, especially the valedictory. This is the point I can give or convey from the team of coordinators, the thanks with everyone. So first and foremost, we thank our Lord Almighty for His mercies and favor throughout this entire ATAL FDP program, especially the faculty development program. Then we thank our management, the Chancellor, Registrar, then Pro Vice Chancellors, and Dean ENT, and for all their support and encouragement towards this conduction of this training program. Next, we also thank AICTE-ATAL Training Academy for giving us an opportunity to take this augmented reality and virtual reality FDP program towards the faculty friends across this nation. So across all the state, there have been a lot of participants, and we want to thank all the faculty friends who has utilized this training program from day one till, and we hope and believe that you will take this knowledge sharing into your campus and into your student community as well. Then we thank our head of the department, who is the man behind the entire scene of this FDP program, right from the application process till today, even further if our faculty friends need any supports as well. And we thank especially for his mentoring and support throughout this season. Then we also thank our faculty friends, especially everyone who joined this FDP day 1 to day 5 and utilized all the sessions and giving us valuable feedbacks, not only today, and we are getting every day, day in and day out towards the progress of this program, as well as the positive feedback as well. And we also thank all our department faculty community who has helped us, who has encouraged. The leadership of Dr. Martin Sagayam, and supporting staff from Computer Technology Center, then supporting staff from our EC office desk, and the entire team who has worked for this smooth travel toward this program. Once again, all of you, thank you all. Have a great season of augmented reality and virtual reality in this Industry 4.0. Working out in the development of students and in the research for the progress of the nation. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now, asking for the God's blessing, I hereby call Mr. Amir Anthony John, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Karunya Institute of Technology, for the closing prayer. Welcome, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible.
I thank this opportunity to pray for the FDP program. 1 Corinthians chapter 16:34 says, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever." Lord, we thank you for the faculty development program and the unity that we enjoyed throughout this program. We have gained enormous knowledge and able to equip ourselves through the resource person. Lord, it is because of your grace we are able to complete this program successfully, and you have granted the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to the head of the department, the coordinators, resource persons, faculty members, and other back-end workers for the progress of the program. We ask all this in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I now ask everyone to stand attention for the national anthem.
Tasha, audio is not enabled. You have to share with audio.
अरे यार
Dear faculty friends and participants, thanks for this 5-day work, 5-day FDP program. And one important thing I have to tell regarding the feedback from AICTE portal. So you have your own login. Please log in and you have to fill that feedback also. It is mandatory. And also today you will get the that is test evaluation sheets also. And please enable your video for a second for photography.
On the professional, can you open up your video for a photography? Thank you so much. Martin, sir, it is done, or we'll wait for 1 minute?
Yes, sir. Wait for 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
There are 3 pages are there.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Gilbert, sir, you also please take snapshots.
Yes, sir.
Gilbert, sir.
Yes.
Please take some few pages snapshots, sir.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, from attendee side also it is enabled, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
So can you increase the number of participants there?
There is a 3 pages, sir.
That means you have to bring everybody to the panelist. Martin, sir, can you bring everybody to the panelist probably now? If they are allowed, that will be easy for us.
Yes, sir. All are indeed the co-panelists only.
Okay, then it's.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir. One. One last thought, sir. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you all
so much for your support because.
Thank you all for your cooperation and everything.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Stay safe. Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Martin, sir, you wanted to keep the link live for some time. Probably you can keep.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Some doubts, clarifications.
Yes, sir. Yes,
you
sir.
can get clarified and probably then you can close it.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Till the. Yeah. Okay. Thank you
sure.
so much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Sandariana.
So the feedback form will be sent through WhatsApp group or in chat box, sir?
Yes, sir. Sir, we will send in our Zoom link and also in WhatsApp group. I hope everyone all there in the WhatsApp group. So we will provide into the chat box right now.
அவன் போடுவேன்னு சொன்னாரு 6 மணிக்கு ஏதோ போடுவேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு ஆல்ரெடி. நீங்க மெசேஜ்.
Arti ma'am, thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you so much, sir. Martin, sir, thank you all. Thanks a lot for such a wonderful session. And I must say that